very good morning to you, and welcome to the St. Lucia House of Assembly. Welcome to you in St. Lucia and beyond our shores. I am here with Mr. Michael Gaspar as we are soon to start a new sitting of the St. Lucia House of Assembly. There are a number of papers to be laid by the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Youth Economy, and the Minister for Justice and National Security. There are a number of papers to be laid also. We have the alien landholding licensing exemption, the legal profession eligibility, the special prosecutor, the form of oath affirmation, the backing of warrants, designation of requesting, and also a number of bills to be read. The income tax amendment second reading, the security interest in movable property second reading, the virtual asset business first reading, the Constitution amendment, Constitution of St. Lucia amendment also for first reading, and by the Honorable Minister, Senior Minister and Minister for Infrastructure, Ports, Transport, Physical Development and Urban Renewal, the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment, which will be read for the first time. Also, with the Christmas season approaching, the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance will ask the Parliament to approve the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 3, Number 2, order which amends the Schedule 3 of the Act to exempt imports of personal items, food, clothing, toys, and other household consumables contained in barrels for the period commencing the first day of November 2022 and terminating on the 28th of February 2023. Like I said, and I repeat this, from the first day of November 2022 and terminating on the 28th of February 2023, and B, exempt imports of toys, food supplies, and care packages by members of the House for the benefit of children, the vulnerable and needy persons in their constituencies, for the period the first day of November 2022 and terminating on the 31st day of January 2023. We await the Speaker of the House and to introduce what's going to happen here today in the mother language, Creole, Mr. Michael Gaspar.
Winston Springer, Monsieur Michael Gaspar Conido, avec mon bienvenue pour Caille Constit Jodia, qu'on a préparé pour l'autre session Caille Constit avec ça c'est côté c'est membre parlement, ça c'est membre qui électé à Caille Constit qui a discuté différents sujets. Jodia, il y a discuté en motion, enfin l'année deux motions il y a discuté pas seulement pour il y en a ces émotions c'est pour ça nous a créé Baoui qui a sorti en différents pays de Saint-Lucie comme Noël qui a venu il a créé enfin anglais nous a dit Christmas barrels mais ça c'est pour aider situation Jean Saint-Lucie qui dit Noël qui a acheté manger avec toys by jouer by ces maman là avec comme ça mais il est important aussi pour savoir que les affaires électroniques c'est pas un bagage yoka apprécié et moi aussi en disant c'est baouya ça y a approuvé c'est pour débaouer par famille avec un gouvernement qui a essayé de garder si tout ça c'est pour aider gens Saint-Lucie pour vivre en primaire. So ça c'est yon c'est la qu'a discuter nous aussi qu'a l'autre parole enfin discussion à ce ça sécurité pour propriétaire qui a sorti enfin puisque là nous différents propriétaires comme machine c'est propriétaire où ça uni et qui ça où ça tiré en place pour aller à l'autre aussi on a discuté en l'autre ça nous a créé anglais motor vehicles and road traffic amendment ça c'est un changement en loi pour ma machine qui a associé avec bagaille comme ça et aussi là en l'autre on a discuté ce qui est important mais il pas qu'à discuter aujourd'hui en plein c'est ça il a créé loi constitution Saint-Lucie tu m'as expliqué ma pensée Winston qui est imprimé en anglais Saint-Lucie partisan étoile là qui est un gouvernement à présent tu fait un promesse qui depuis un gouvernement ça c'est du un campagne qui yo kay aller dernier appel pour justice Saint-Lucie kay rester ensemble en anglais justice Caraïbla ça c'est loi c'est pas une justice mais l'audience appelle Caraïbla Caribbean Court of Justice so à présent monde qui veut si aller l'audience en Saint-Lucie et pas satisfait ou ça aller y a des plus haut ça aller en Eastern Caribbean Court of Justice ça c'est pour ces petits pays Caraïbes là où ça aller plus haut et dernier côté où ça aller c'est en l'Angleterre ça il a créé Privy Council mais ça Saint-Lucie avec l'autre pays qui a fait à présent c'est il voulait tirer sortir en bas l'Angleterre et ou amener en Caribbean Court of Justice ça c'est en Caraïbes là même avec qui headquarters ça c'est place là que yo établi et bien yo registré c'est en Trinidad et là ni pays contre Trinidad qui j'ai là l'autre Dominique là aussi avec l'autre c'est Saint-Lucie à présent qui a essayé d'aller en direction ça là premier ça il a mettre à présent c'est mettre du vent à sous table là avec discussion qui tient plus tard à sous ça mais ça nous a créé first reading c'est là il a mettre à sous table là pour discussion et second reading c'est là il a discuter ça fait ça mais premier ministre gouvernement c'est là montrer qui il a mis attention pour aller en direction ça.
Well, we still await the arrival of the Speaker of the House. I think he did a great job in explaining the move from the Privy Council in London to the Caribbean Court of Justice, which has been established in the Caribbean and which St. Lucia is now a signatory to and a participant of.
Let us pray. Almighty God, by whom alone kings reign and princes decree justice, and from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom, and understanding, we thine unworthy servants here gathered together in thy name do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above to direct and guide us in all our consultations. And grant that we, having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the King, the public weal, peace, and tranquility of St. Lucia, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, and the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Ghost be with us all evermore. Amen.
Good morning, members. I wish to advise that I've been informed and given reasons for the absence of the Member of Parliament for Labrie and the Member of Parliament for Castries Central. And I wish to remind the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition of the resolution of the House of Assembly dated August 25th, 2015, where a parliamentary committee was established to identify and agree to amendments to the St. Lucia Constitution. And the parliamentary committee, as authorized by the Parliament, was as follows: 3 representatives of the government of St. Lucia selected by the Prime Minister, 2 representatives of the opposition selected by the Leader of the Opposition, 3 advisors from civil society appointed by the Prime Minister on behalf of the government, 2 advisors from civil society appointed by the Leader of the Opposition on behalf of the opposition, 2 existing or former senators, whether currently appointed or previously appointed by the government, opposition, or the Governor General, as the case may be, 1 selected by the Prime Minister and the other by the Leader of the Opposition. By letter dated 21st September 2022, both the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition were reminded of the obligation to the House, and I now look forward to receiving these names at the very earliest so that the Prime Minister's own agenda of constitutional reform may be pursued. I ask that you also join with me in wishing a happy birthday to our colleague from the other place, Senator Lucia Jawahir. And I ask that you also join with me in congratulating the Attorney General on 23 years of being called to the bar of St. Lucia. And as we begin today's sitting, the first since the terrestrial demise of Her Majesty Elizabeth II, I wish to extend the House's condolences to King Charles III and the House of Windsor. Queen Elizabeth II served for 70 years, making her the only head of state many of us here gathered have ever known. And whilst there are many different opinions about the monarchy, it is indisputable that she undertook her duties diligently. May she rest in peace. Members, when I was sworn in and I had promised to make my tenure one punctuated by effective committees, I had no idea it would be the Privileges Committee which would be first off the block. Sadly, rather than inquire from the Parliament Office about the role and functions of the committee, some have instead attempted to suggest the role of the committee is but a figment of the presiding officer's imagination. They said that the standing orders only had 3 lines about it, and it was therefore a waste of time. Whatever else may be said, and I cannot speak for previous presiding officers, under my watch, all queries directed to the Parliament Office have been promptly and fully answered. We have opened the Parliament offices to the public, including and especially the press, in a way previously unheard of, yet not one bothered to ask the questions and instead sought to cast their own aspersions. I therefore propose to do some enlightenment on the Committee of Privileges. I add only that all committees of the House have the same powers and authority of the Privileges Committee. St. Lucia's Parliament derives the power of parliamentary privilege by virtue of Section 42 of the Constitution of St. Lucia and Cap 1.08 of the Laws of St. Lucia, which is the House of Assembly Privileges, Immunities, and Powers Act. In the United Kingdom, the courts and the public have rightly recognized that Parliament enjoys a preeminent role in adjudicating upon matters affecting the operation of the legislative process, and therefore has the jurisdiction to determine offences committed by members and others within the House, as well as offences committed by members and others outside the House, which impact upon the legislative process or negativity affecting the House as a whole or the functioning of the members. Parliamentary privilege grants certain legal immunities for members of both houses to allow them to perform their duties without interference from outside of the houses. Parliamentary privilege includes freedom of speech and the right of both houses to regulate their own affairs. Thus, a privileged matter is anything which concerns those rights and privileges afforded by Parliament. The houses possess the power to declare an act to be contempt and to punish such an act, thus being the effective equivalent of the power of the courts to punish a contempt of court. The link between contempt of Parliament and parliamentary privilege is that one of the privileges of the House is the power to punish for contempt. The main contempts of Parliament are A, misconduct in the presence of the House, B, disobedience to rules or orders of the House, C, misconduct by members or officers, D, constructive contempt, for example, reflecting negatively on the House, premature publication of committee proceedings, and E, obstructing members, officers, or witnesses when discharging their duties. Contempt of Parliament also includes the deliberate misleading of the House by a member by way of statements to the House, and B, by refusing to answer a question as ordered by the House or a committee without reasonable excuse. Where disorder, misconduct occurs within the House or its precincts, the effect is direct and obvious. This may be less so if the range of activities and actions which may not occur within the precincts of either House or physically affects its proceedings, but which may be treated by the House as contemptuous on the basis of the direct or indirect tendency. This is why conduct, including the use of words, which amounts or is indeed likely to amount to an improper interference with the free exercise by the House or a committee of its authority, will be considered a contempt of the House. Any claim that a privilege has been infringed upon or contempt is committed should be brought to the attention of the House at the earliest reasonable opportunity in order to receive prompt consideration. A member who believes that such an infringement has occurred must obtain the leave of the presiding officer to raise the matter in accordance with Standing Order 26. Any member desiring to raise a matter under this standing order shall first obtain the leave of the presiding officer, who will determine whether the matter rises to a level of privilege. If permission is given, the member so permitted may raise it and request the matter be referred to the Committee of Privileges. The presiding officer's responsibility is to determine only whether there is a prima facie case of privilege, that is, whether the matter appears to warrant investigation. That power belongs exclusively to the presiding officer. If the presiding officer finds out there is a prima facie breach of privilege or contempt, he or she will deliver a verbal ruling and indicate his or her decision to refer the matter to the Committee of Privileges for investigation and report. At this stage, the Member of Parliament or the person who is the subject of the matter is not allowed to question or query the presiding officer's decision. The committee will study the matter and may examine witnesses. A report of the committee's findings and recommendation will be presented to the House, and a motion to concur with the report will be subsequently moved. The Committee of Privileges have the duty of considering and reporting any matter referred to it by the presiding officer, whether by the House Standing Order 26, Standing Order 43, or any other. And it shall be the duty of the committee to consider such a report. Under Standing Order 71-2, the presiding officer shall be a member and the chairman of the Privileges Committee. and the Committee of Privileges consists of 5 members, inclusive of the chairman, as per the House Order of 17th August 2021. The committee must ensure that persons accused of contempt or breach of privilege are made aware of the nature of the complaints referred to the committee, and from the outset they are given the opportunity to be heard in person. If they desire, such persons are permitted to attend with advisors, a term which includes but is not limited to legal counsel. The standard of proof used by the committee is the civil standard of proof, being on the balance of probabilities. Thus, the committee is obligated to be satisfied that it is, quote, more likely than not, unquote, that the allegations are true. The Committee of Privileges is not bound by the strict rules of evidence observed by the courts. However, the committee must only act on relevant, probative, and logical evidence which support or negate the allegations. The committee's meetings are generally not open to the public. One reason for this is the need for the committee to be able to investigate and report to the House, as ordered by the House, unhindered by public pressure, which could result from the publication of documents or evidence arising during its investigation. That said, Standing Order 76-6 allows, either by the order of the House or by a resolution of the committee, to waive the in-camera nature of the proceedings. Witnesses shall be summoned in accordance with Standing Order 77 and Sections 9 and 10 of Cap 1.08, and the evidence of every witness is taken verbatim. This verbatim record is sent in proof to each witness for verification in accordance with the Standing Order. After gathering all the evidence, oral and written, these are carefully considered. A committee may demand that witnesses answer questions, particularly in matters before committees which meet in camera. Erskine May on parliamentary procedure, parliamentary practice states that witnesses are bound to answer all questions put to them, and they cannot be excused on the grounds such as A, they may become subject to a civil or criminal action; B, they have taken an oath not to disclose the matter; C, a matter was a privileged communication, for example, between a client and his attorney; D, they have been advised that they cannot answer without the risk of incriminating themselves or being exposed to a civil suit; and E, they would be prejudiced as defendants in pending litigations. If a witness objects to a question, the committee may exercise its discretion in the witness's favor. And the operative word here is may. If the objection is not accepted, the witness will be required to present the oral and documentary evidence. See Section 13 of Cap. 108. A failure by any witness to provide such evidence may be reported to the House, and the witness himself or herself may be punished by contempt. See Erskine May's 25th edition, 2019. There is no provision in the standing orders or in any statutory provision for a witness before a committee of the House to be represented by counsel. However, as per standard operation procedures in Parliament, including the House of Commons, quote, a witness may be accompanied by an advisor who may be an attorney of the witness's choice and may consult with such advisor in the course of a meeting at which the witness appears, unquote. The role of such persons is emphatically that of advisor rather than representative. Witnesses are permitted to converse freely with such advisors, but the advisors are themselves not permitted to present evidence or to object themselves or to the procedures or lines of questioning or to ask questions. The proceedings of and the evidence taken before the committee and any documents presented to and decisions of such a committee must not be made public by any member or other person before the committee has reported to the House. Any such premature disclosure will end up in contempt proceedings against the member. Upon the conclusion of its deliberations, the committee will present a report containing its recommendations to the House. Any member of the committee dissenting from the report of the majority of the committee may put in a concise written statement of his or her reasons for such dissent, or if he so desires, he may submit a minority report, and such statement or minority report shall be appended to the report. See Standing Order 79-4C. A motion for the consideration of the report may be included on the House's agenda simultaneously with its presentation. A debate will ensue where the report contains the recommendation that calls on the House to take action against the subject of the investigation. Such action may range from a reprimand, a censure, or a suspension from the House. I had previously ruled that in the matter involving the statement made by the member for Mico South in relation to the member for Castries Central, that a prima facie case had been made for the matter to be heard by the Committee on Privileges, and I now appoint Thursday, the 20th of October 2022 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon for that hearing. In relation to the matter involving the allegations made by the member for Mico South against the member for Castries South, I rule that a prima facie case has also been made for the matter to be dealt with by the Committee of Privileges, and advise that the hearing on this matter will take place on Tuesday, the 25th of October 2022 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. The Clerk of Parliament is instructed to issue the notice and summons by Thursday, 13th October 2022. She is also to meet with all the parties involved to determine which, if any, witnesses either party wishes to summon. Once the committee has concluded its business and prepared a report, I shall summon a meeting of the full House to hear the contents of the report and, if necessary, to debate and rule on its recommendations. Member for Castries South, because you cannot be a judge in your own cause, you shall recuse yourself from the hearing scheduled from Tuesday, 25th October 2022, and I will call upon you in a while to name an alternate to the committee. Considering it is only one other member on his side who is already a member of the committee, it is therefore not possible for the member for Mico South to name a replacement. Member for Castries South, please name your alternate for the record.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to nominate Honorable Richard Frederick to replace me for that particular committee meeting.
So noted. Statements from ministers. The member for Dennery, the Minister for Education. Your light is not working. The member for Dennery North. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to issue two statements in two different capacities. Firstly, as the line minister with responsibility for sustainable development and the environment, and also as the minister with responsibility for education. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Sustainable Development is deeply concerned about the rampant, indiscriminate disposal of garbage along the highways and secondary road network of our country, or in any open space available for dumping. This practice is bad, and it impacts both the marine and terrestrial environment. Mr. Speaker, we are in the midst of the rainy season, and we need only allow our gaze to stray towards any waterway, be it a drain, a stream, a ravine, a river, or the ocean, to see the plethora of marine litter that inundates the space, with a large portion of that being plastic. Plastic pollution is now one of the biggest global environmental problems. A climate reporter in a 2016 study indicated that the amount of plastic in the ocean is expected to double in the next 15 years, and by the year 2050, there could be more plastic than fish in the sea by weight. This is astounding. We know only too well how quickly the waters can rise after excessive rainfall, made worse by clogged drains that exacerbate the problem of flooding, damage to property, and even the loss of life. Mr. Speaker, as an island state, we cannot continue to whitewash our responses to this plaguing problem. Let it be clear, though, that St. Lucia does not produce plastic. All plastic entering the national jurisdiction are either imported directly or ready-for-use products, plastic pellets, or preforms that are converted into plastic items, plastic containers that contain products that comprise plastic parts or wrappings, waste streams from aircrafts and ships, or transboundary plastic marine litter. The main imported plastic items include single-use and reusable beverage bottles, plastic containers, PVC pipes, plastic films, outdoor furniture, single-use food containers, straws, and cutlery. As the Minister with responsibility for sustainable development, inclusive of the ocean portfolio, as well as having oversight for the St. Lucia Solid Waste Management Authority, further to being the Minister with responsibility for education, knowing that a large part of the solution to waste management is behavioral change. Mr. Speaker, I am optimistic that we will effect the necessary behavioral changes needed to curb that scourge. Mr. Speaker, the government of St. Lucia, like regional and international partners, has taken heed of plastic waste material across the land and marine space and continues to take steps in an effort to address it. We have adopted a national ocean policy which has as one of its outcomes maintaining and improving the integrity of the marine ecosystem. The policy recognizes that pollution, including marine litter, plastics, sewage, oil, and chemicals, affect our transition towards a blue economy, impacting the value of the goods and services provided by the ocean. We have further enacted legislation like St. Lucia's Styrofoam and Plastic Food Services Containers Act No. 22 of 2019 as part of our phase-out process on the importation, use, manufacturing, sale, and distribution of select single-use plastics. The government has further supported this phase-out through the institution of a 0% import duty on the importation of biodegradable, compostable, and plant-based food service containers. Further, throughout this year, two of the entities under my ministerial purview, the Department of Sustainable Development and the St. Lucia Solid Waste Management Authority, with the support of the United Nations Environment Program UNEP, have pursued a project aimed at improving the management of marine litter in St. Lucia through the development of a Marine Litter Management Action Plan, or an ML map. Various activities have been held to further these pursuits, including one, a technical consultation workshop which brought together technical stakeholders who shared their experiences and knowledge, including on data source, to help guide the early phase of this project. Two, the development of a national source inventory report on plastic pollution. Three, a high-level event at which the findings of the national source inventory were presented to leaders, heads, and decision makers across all sectors in St. Lucian society. Four, a national televised debate emphasizing the issue of plastic pollution and ways in which it can be addressed. Five, an underwater cleanup in collaboration with the St. Lucia Divers Association, also known as Abaglu, and other operators to not only clean up the waters around St. Lucia, but to also raise awareness and gather data. 6, a public awareness campaign to promote the National Source Inventory or ML map using various media, including PSAs, news releases, and infographics. 7, the drafting of the Marine Litter Management Action Plan. 8, sharing of the findings of the National Source Inventory and validation of the Marine Litter Management Action Plan during a recent stakeholder seminar, primarily with civil society, but also including some of our private and public sector partners. The National Source Inventory that I mentioned paints an interesting, though sad picture about where the marine litter is coming from. The majority of it is land-based, meaning that we as citizens have allowed the litter and debris from discarded items to enter our coastal waters and impact the marine environment with dire consequences for tourism, local recreation and fisheries, as well as potentially retarding other opportunities like energy and biotechnology that we have yet to explore. While, Mr. Speaker, it may not seem so, marine litter is a complex global transboundary problem due to its multiple sources, including direct dumping on the coast, litter dumped at sea, land-based mismanagement caused by the indiscriminate disposal of waste, and wind and storm-driven litter which ends up in the ocean. Once in the ocean, this litter can be transported thousands of miles by ocean currents, traveling along waterways, and eventually sink into the ocean floor or gets deposited onto near or distant shores. These conditions make quantifying and managing marine litter difficult, but point to 2 broad areas of intervention. Reducing direct dumping, which requires international cooperation and coastal cleanups to remove marine litter from the nearshore environment. And 2, reducing waste leakage from land-based sources through improved solid waste management practices. The goal of the ML map, or the Marine Litter Management Action Plan, this Marine Litter Management Action Plan is to reduce the impact of marine litter on marine ecosystems and human health by promoting the effective control of all sources of marine pollution, and this is to be achieved by pursuing the following objectives. A, strengthening the policy and regulatory framework for waste management. B, promoting waste reduction at source. C, removing waste from the environment, including the coastal areas, through cleanup campaigns. D, establishing strategic partnerships and engage stakeholders to improve waste management systems. And E, promoting behavioral change towards waste management through education and public awareness. If we are to truly work collectively towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, particularly SDG 14, which speaks to life below water, then we must make changes and take action, and the ML map is intended to guide us in doing just that through its 5 key pillars, including strengthening the enabling waste management policy and regulatory framework. 2, waste minimization. 3, cleanup campaigns. 4, strategic partnerships and stakeholder engagement. And 5, environmental education and behavioral change. These 5 pillars are meant to be implemented in tandem. For example, no amount of legislation by itself can address the magnitude of the problem without strategic partnerships and stakeholder engagement, as well as awareness raising, all contributing towards behavioral change. But allow me, Mr. Speaker, to take a moment to speak to our people and this House about cleanup campaigns. We recognize that there is a place for cleanups, like the annual International Coastal Cleanups spearheaded by the St. Lucia chapter of the Caribbean Youth Environment Network, cleanups organized by the Japanese or the Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, or the Youth Emergency Action Committee, and others, and underwater cleanup campaigns championed by the St. Lucia Dive Association. All aim to remove trash and debris from our beaches and waterways, identify the source of the debris, and change the behaviors that allow it to reach the oceans in the first place. However, just because various entities are taking steps to clean up after us does not mean that we should adopt the mindset that we can inappropriately discard our waste. I cringed, Mr. Speaker, in my own community when I saw the plastic accumulation following the heavy rains. Too often, we have heard St. Lucians say that they are creating a job in the St. Lucian context for the Malawi when they discard their waste inappropriately. But I am here to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that what we are creating with our irresponsible behavior is a situation of homelessness and loss of livelihoods when the trash clogs up the drains and floods our homes and shops. The situation we are contributing to is one of poverty through revenue loss from visitors who are disgusted with the imprudent behavior and opt for cleaner touristic destinations. While cleanup campaigns are necessary, would it not be fantastic if we could transition as a nation towards compliance, behavioral change, and enhanced waste management practices that depended less on such cleanups? Do you have hope? Do we have hope? Well, I have hope, and we should have hope. I know that our people want to do better and can do better, and this government, Mr. Speaker, is committed to the cause of curing the pollution scourge that confronts us today. I am not simply recounting events under this project here today, but I am proud to say that I have been an integral part of this discussion along with several of my ministerial colleagues seeking to find solutions among all sectors of society, including government, civil society, inclusive of non-governmental and community-based organizations, the private sector, including various businesses, regional and international agencies, the youth, and all manners of concerned citizens to tackle the issue that literally surrounds the pollution of our waterways in St. Lucia. We have formed some strategic alliances at all levels, and this marine litter and plastic management journey, including with UNEP, the United Nations Environment Programme, and so many others. At the international level over the years, the global community has declared the small island states of the wider Caribbean region, like St. Lucia, as biodiversity hotspots. And we have made significant efforts to protect the marine environment and coastal biodiversity from the inappropriate disposal of waste matter, especially single-use plastics. Mr. Speaker, we must continue to look for the synergies and opportunities across all levels and sectors. I look forward to gaining the support of my colleague parliamentarians in adopting St. Lucia's Marine Litter Management Action Plan as another step towards implementation of action towards addressing the problem of marine litter and plastic pollution in our country. Mr. Speaker, permit me to issue a statement on behalf of the Ministry of Education that I have line responsibility for in the Cabinet. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Education extends a heartfelt thank you to everyone who supported our initiative dubbed Present, proudly representing its school, exalting our nation's teachers. Mr. Speaker, the turnout way surpassed our expectations, and it was immensely heartwarming to see so many St. Lucians from all walks of life put on the uniforms of their alma mater and proudly represented its school whilst exalting our nation's teachers. We are grateful to all the business houses, hotels, commercial and private enterprises that embrace the idea and encourage their staff to participate. We are particularly appreciative of the staff of the various government agencies and schools who came out in large numbers, led by my ministerial colleagues, permanent secretaries and principals to support this activity. Hundreds of videos and photos flooded timelines on social media, all paying tribute to our teachers, past and present, who in one way or another impacted our lives. This was the objective of this event, and we are pleased that it was realized. What really stood out for me, Mr. Speaker, was the creativity of our people. Never will I forget the revised cover of the Andy and Rose Primary School reading textbook. However, Mr. Speaker, the biggest takeaway was the realization that regardless of which school you attended, we all find ourselves in positions that allow us to contribute positively to society. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, the biggest takeaway was the realization that regardless of which school you attended, we all find ourselves in positions that allow us to contribute positively to society. I know there are those who felt that as a ministry, there was more that could have been done in observance of Teachers' Week. Rest assured that at the Ministry of Education, the planning will begin in earnest for a stronger call to action next year. Still, it was a sheer pleasure to witness such unbridled happiness, joy, and laughter. For 2 days, the entire country felt lighter. The stress levels were lowered, and everyone went about the days in childlike wonder. Like they say, Mr. Speaker, it was a vibe, a positive vibe. And I hope that we can advance into the weeks ahead with the same positivity and energy that was displayed on the 5th and 7th of October. Maybe, Mr. Speaker, if we embrace a Mete Hadley Kolo mentality, we can, in some measure, improve our general well-being. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, St. Lucia, for your support of this initiative.
Minister for Health.
Very brief, very short, very short. Yeah, short. Just make sure, yeah. No. Just breast cancer. Good morning and thank you, Mr. Speaker. And good morning, colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I rise to present a very short statement on Breast Cancer Awareness Month. But even before I do so, I want colleagues to recognize and thank two very young doctors who have joined us today, right next to Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much for. Mr. Speaker, October is observed as Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and in general, awareness of cancers. The impact of breast cancer is tremendous. Breast cancer is the most common cancer globally and affects 2.3 million women. In 2020, worldwide, breast cancer was responsible for 685,000 deaths. At the end of 2020, there was 7.8 million women alive who were diagnosed with breast cancer in the past 5 years. Breast cancer in St. Lucia is the most common cancer found in women and contributes significantly to the years of productivity lost due to disease and death. Worldwide, Mr. Speaker, there are more lost disability-adjusted life years to women by women due to breast cancer than to any other type of cancer. Breast cancer occurs mostly in women, but can also occur in men at any age, but is more common after the age of 50. And what is very important is that more women from our ethnic group, meaning Black or African die of breast cancer than any other ethnicity. Again, it is the leading cause of death in women where cancer is concerned. I encourage all St. Lucians, Mr. Speaker, to join the activities which have been planned by the Ministry of Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs and other organizations. The government is encouraged by the non-governmental organizations that continue to raise awareness and provide services to people who are impacted by breast cancer or cancer generally. The St. Lucia Cancer Society, Faces of Cancer, and many others, both privately and publicly, have contributed and continue to contribute to this effort. I wish to encourage St. Lucians to join the Pink Friday activities. So every Friday you can wear a pink tie or wear a pink top, a pink blouse, or you can participate by calling the families of individuals who have passed away sadly as a result of breast cancer, and you can give whatever support. Any support which you can give will be welcome. I wish to invite the public to Fitness Wednesdays right next to the Ministry of Health. St. Lucia moves to fight breast cancer. There will be exercises and so on, Wednesday the 12th, the 19th, and the 26th. And I wish to thank parliamentarians who today wore something pink, and other people who are in the house, the visitors who wore something pink, to observe Breast Cancer Month. Let me just say very quickly, Mr. Speaker, que nous avons observé moi ça comme moi qu'on nous a parlé en les affaires cancer, especially cancer en tété, avec moi ça dit en anglais qui cancer en tété qu'a tué plus madame enceinte ici passer l'autre maladie, l'autre cancer. Avec nous avons dit tout le monde ni pour check docteur aller examiner tété avec la diverses manières qui c'est professionnel santé a ka tué madame manière pour examiner tété yo. Mais aussi cancer tété c'est pas madame tout seul qui a ni cancer tété. Non aussi ni pour savent qui nous tous ça ni cancer tété nous avec ces faux si nous ka senti un bagage qui pas regarder normal ou qui pas ka senti normal aller ouais docteur nous avec faire ces docteurs examiner nous pour garder les affaires cancer tété ça là. Avec tout partout à la terre, là il y a chaque madame qui a mort avec les affaires cancer tété, avec cancer ici même nous savons là il y a chaque monde qui a des affaires cancer tété, avec nous encourager tout le monde pour prendre précaution. Là il y a activité à moi, mais il y a une manière nous garder les affaires cancer tété, c'est pour mettre un petit couleur rose tous les vendredis avec ça pour les monde nous savent qui famille a mort avec cancer tété. Avec bayoti encouragement, avec l'année chaque monde qui a souffert à besoin, Mr. Speaker, avec ça fait cancer tété ça là. C'est pas un bagage grand madame tout seul, mais aussi l'année jeune madame qui a mort avec cancer tété. Et moi je veux dire encore en créole, c'est nom là, on pas quoi, c'est madame tout seul qui a ni cancer tété, l'année nom qui a ni cancer tété aussi. Comme ça, Mr. Speaker, je veux remercier tout docteur, St. Lucia Cancer Society, Faces of Cancer, et l'année chaque docteur avec professionnel santé qui a bail service sans demander l'argent. Ou quand les samedis, les dimanches, tout partout avec nous des jeunes docteurs avec nous en parlement aujourd'hui, avec eux même qui a bail service à la boui, moi yo a bail service dans les Facebook. So tout ça bon, ce docteur là, yo a bail service, c'est nos là. Comme ça, dernièrement, je veux encourager tout le monde pour aller check docteur. On nous pas espérer les bagages là viennent plus mauvais en nous. Allez check docteur à présent pour check této avec faire ces examinations qui c'est docteur avec ces nos là qu'a dit nous pour faire. So merci en chai avec Ansi porté moi ça là c'est moi nous qu'a garder cancer expressément cancer en tété. Merci en chai Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
That's okay. Papers to be laid. Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Economic Affairs, Economic Development, Youth Economy, Justice, and National Security.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers standing in my name. Starting instrument number 101 of 2022. Statutory instrument number 101 of 2022, alien landholding license and exemption, Onika Alistair Charles order. Statutory instrument number 106 of 2022, legal profession eligibility, Cora Mahila Antoinette Galloway order. Statutory instrument number 111 of 2022, special prosecutor, form of oath of affirmation regulations. Statutory instrument number 112 of 2022, backing of warrants, designation of requesting country order. Statutory instrument number 113 of 2022, legal profession eligibility, Jessica Cecil Theobald's order. Statutory instrument number 114 of 2022, legal professions eligibility, Rashida Lana Zaha Daisley order. Statutory instrument number 121 of 2022, Payment Systems Eastern Caribbean Automated Clearinghouse System, Amendment Rules. Statutory instrument number 123 of 2022, Excise Tax Amendment of Schedule number 1, number 12 order. Statutory instrument 127 of 2022, Insurance Amendment of Schedule 4 Regulations. Statutory instrument number 129 of 2022, Fiscal Incentives, Eco-Plastics and Industrial Tires Conversions, EPIC, Incorporated order. Statutory instrument number 130 of 2022, Fiscal Incentives, Hennikens and Lucia Limited order. Statutory instrument number 13, number 133 of 2022, Excise Tax Amendment of Schedule 1, number 13 order. Statutory instrument number 135 of 2022, Customs Service Charge, Variation of Service Charge Goods, number 2 order. Audit report of the Office of the Parliamentary Commissioner. Statutory instrument number 136 of 2022, Fiscal Incentives, Tendery Foods Incorporated order. Statutory instrument number 137 of 2022, Eastern Caribbean Asset Management Corporation Amendment Schedule order.
Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Tourism, Investment, Creative Industries, Culture and Information.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers standing in my name. Statutory instrument number 102 of 2022, Tourism Incentives, Bayside Palace, Inc. order. Statutory instrument number 103 of 2022, Tourism Stimulus and Investment, Mola Chic Village order. Statutory instrument number 115 of 2022, Tourism Incentives, Era Secrets of the South order. Statutory instrument number 116 of 2022, Tourism Incentives, ATV Direct order. Statutory instrument number 124 of 2022, Tourism Incentives, Sandy Bay Management Limited order. Statutory instrument number 126 of 2022, Invest in Lucia, Miku, Vest in order. Statutory instrument number 131 of 2022, Tourism Stimulus and Investment, Rajim Albertini order.
Minister for Education, Sustainable Development, Innovation, Science, Technology and Vocational Training.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to lay the following papers standing in my name. Statutory instrument number 107 of 2022, Accreditation Amendment of Schedule 2 order. Statutory instrument number 108 of 2022, Offshore Higher Education Licensing and Incentives Amendment of Schedule 1 order.
Minister for Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to lay the following papers standing in my name. Statutory instrument number 112A, COVID-19 Prevention and Control, Physical Distancing, number 9 order. Statutory instrument number 112B, COVID-19 Prevention and Control, Testing and Quarantine number 5 regulations. Statutory Instrument number 112C, COVID-19 Prevention and Control Protocol, Public Omnibus number 7 regulations. Statutory Instrument number 117 of 2022, COVID-19 Prevention and Control Physical Distancing number 9 revocation order. Statutory Instrument number 118 of 2022, COVID-19 Prevention and Control Testing and Quarantine number 5 revocation regulations. Statutory Instrument number 119 of 2022, COVID-19 Prevention and Control Protocol Public Omnibus number 7 revocation regulations. Statutory Instrument number 120 of 2022, COVID-19 Prevention and Control Wearing of Mask regulations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The next set of orders are in the name of the Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister. I call on the Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers standing in the name of the Honourable Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister of Responsibility for Housing and Local Government. Statutory Instrument number 104 of 2022, St. Lucia National Housing Corporation, Larry Shoes, Viewfort, number 1 vesting order. Statutory Instrument number 105 of 2022, St. Lucia National Housing Corporation, Larry Shoes, Viewfort, number 2 vesting order. Statutory Instrument number 125 of 2022, St. Lucia National Housing Corporation, MICU, vesting order.
The Minister for Commerce, Manufacturing, Business Development, Cooperatives and Consumer Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to lay the following papers appearing in my name. Statutory Instrument number 109 of 2022, Price Control Amendment number 13 order. Statutory Instrument number 110 of 2022, Excise Tax Amendment of Schedule 1, number 11 order. Statutory Instrument number 122 of 2022, Price Control Amendment number 14 order. Statutory Instrument number 128 of 2022, Price Control Amendment number 15 order. Statutory Instrument number 132 of 2022, Price Control Amendment number 16 order. Statutory Instrument number 134 of 2022, Price Control Amendment number 17 order.
Motions. Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Economic Development, Youth Economy, Justice and National Security.
Be it resolved that Parliament do authorize the Attorney General to make an order to declare, whereas by Section 103 of the revised edition of the Laws Act Cap 1.07, it is provided that the Attorney General may, by order published in the Gazette, declare that a revised edition of the laws of St. Lucia specified in the order shall come into force on such date as may be appointed by the order. And whereas by Section 10.4 of the revised edition of the Laws Act Cap 1.07 is provided that an order in respect of a complete revised edition of the laws shall not be made until after the passing of a resolution of Parliament authorizing the making of such an order. And whereas by Section 13.5 of the revised edition of the Laws Act Cap 1.07 is provided that a replacement, insertion, deletion or amendment pursuant to that section shall have no effect unless made under and in accordance with the order of the Attorney General under Section 10.3. And whereas it is further provided by Section 13.6 of the revised edition of the Laws Act Cap 1.07 that the revised edition in whatever format marked to the latest revision date is deemed to be the authoritative revised edition of the laws to which Section 10.4 applies. Be it resolved that Parliament do authorize the Attorney General to make an order to declare that the 2020 supplement to the revised edition of the laws of St. Lucia as specified in that order shall come into force on such date as may be appointed by such order as an authoritative version of the law. Mr. Speaker, Parliament's authorization for making of an order for the 2020 supplement to the revised edition of the laws is sought by this resolution. The revision consolidation of the laws of St. Lucia and the preparation and publication of the revised editions of the laws in various formats are provided for in the revised edition of the laws, Cap 1.07, the Act. Mr. Speaker, the Law Revision Commission is the Attorney General, according to the Act. Consequently, it is the responsibility of the Attorney General to declare that the revised edition of the laws of St. Lucia specified in an order published in the Gazette is effective from the date stated in the order as provided for under Section 10(3) of the Act. Additionally, the Act requires that the Law Revision Commission cannot make an order unless a resolution of Parliament authorizing the making of the order is passed, Section 10(4) of the Act. The Act stipulates that a replacement, insertion, deletion, or amendment can have no effect unless an order is made to that effect. In the Act, it is also provided that a revised edition, irrespective of the form that it takes, for example, in this instance, CD-ROM or other means of electronic storage and loose-leaf booklets with the latest revision date, is considered to be an authentic version of the laws of St. Lucia. A similar resolution was passed in 2021 by this Parliament to authorize the making of the 2019 supplement to the revised edition of the laws, Convention Order, in keeping with the provisions of the Act. The Convention Order for the 2019 supplement to the revised edition of the laws was then passed in 2021. Mr. Speaker, there is always need to continuously review our laws and periodically update them to ensure that they are fit for purpose and relevant to the demands of the current environment in which we operate. Additionally, there are new standards being developed by standard-setting bodies on an ongoing basis to which St. Lucia must comply with, and some of these rules necessitate amendments to our laws. As such, legislative amendments are a feature of our governance system for any country, and certainly one which will feature prominently in the good governance regime of our government. Mr. Speaker, in this resolution, Parliament is therefore authorizing the Attorney General to make an order to declare the 2020 supplement to the revised laws of St. Lucia, which takes the form stated above, that is CD-ROM or other means of electronic storage and loose-leaf booklets, as specified in the order, will have effect from the date specified in the order as an authentic translation of the laws of St. Lucia for the year 2020. The draft 2020 supplement to revised edition of the laws commencement order makes reference to this resolution and the commencement date for the revised edition of the laws as the date of publication of the order in the Gazette. The draft order also identifies the chapters in the revised edition of the laws that are supplemented and the new insertions to the revised edition of the law. This resolution, Parliament is therefore asked to authorize the Attorney General as Law Revision Commission to make the 2020 supplement to the revised editions of the laws commencement order to essentially update the revised edition of the laws, the acts, with the laws that were passed in 2020. I urge honorable members to support this motion.
Members, be it resolved that Parliament do authorize the Attorney General to make an order to declare that the 2020 supplement to the revised edition of the laws of St. Lucia, as specified in the order, shall come into force on such date as may be appointed by such order as authoritative version of the law. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Mr. Prime Minister.
Whereas under Section 10(1)(a) of the Value Added Tax Act, Cap 15.42, the Act, it is provided that the Minister of Finance may, by order published in the Gazette, amend the schedules to the Act. And whereas it is further provided under Section 109(2) of the Act that an order made pursuant to Section 109(1) of the Act is subject to an affirmative resolution of Parliament, except where the amendment is to customs tariff headings only. And whereas the Minister for Finance seeks approval of the draft value added tax amendment Schedule 3, number 2 order, to amend Schedule 3 of the Act by affirmative resolution of Parliament to A. Exempt imports of personal items, food, clothing, toys, and other household consumables contained in barrels for the period commencing from the first day of November 2022 and terminating on the 28th day of February 2023. Exempt imports of toys, food, supplies, and care packages by a member of the House of Assembly for the benefit of the children, the vulnerable, the needy persons in the constituency of the member of the House of Assembly for a period commencing from the first day of November 2022 and terminating on the 31st day of January 2023. Be it resolved that Parliament, by affirmative resolution, approves the draft value added tax amendment of Schedule 3, number 2 order, which amends Schedule 3 of the Act to A. Exempt imports of personal items, food, clothing, toys, and other household consumables contained in barrels for the period commencing from the 1st day of November 2022 and terminating on the 28th day of February 2023. Exempts imports of food, supplies, care packages by a member of the House of Assembly for the benefit of children, the vulnerable and needy in the constituency of the member of the House of Assembly for the period commencing 1st day of November 2022 and terminating on the 31st day of January 2023. Mr. Speaker, the resolution is to approve the draft value added tax amendment of Schedule 3, Mr. Speaker, and that is to allow relatives and friends abroad to be able to send food and household items, not televisions or electronic equipment specifically, but care packages for their needy ones in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this was an initiative started by this government and has continued from the time that we started it when we were in government, Mr. Speaker. And it's essentially to relieve people, to allow people abroad, to give them the latitude to send goods and services, send goods to St. Lucia from abroad, Mr. Speaker. But this year, Mr. Speaker, this barrel concession is of particular importance because of the costs, the increase in the cost of goods and groceries and care packages generally in the world, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, sometimes we pretend that St. Lucia doesn't exist in the world, and we also pretend that the cost of goods and services of goods only happens in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, inflation is a worldwide phenomenon. In the major economies of the world, in the United Kingdom, in the USA, Mr. Speaker, inflation has reached its highest in 40 years. Only this morning, mortgage rates in England were increased again, Mr. Speaker. It's said that there's going to be a terrible winter in England because of the increase in the cost of fuel, Mr. Speaker. But in this country, there are some people who are so selfish and desperate. They want to pretend that the increase in the cost of food and the increase in the cost of goods is a St. Lucian phenomena, and the government can do more than what it is doing to cause relief to the consumer. The Minister of Commerce will tell you, Mr. Speaker, that we are subsidizing flour to the tune of $5 to $9 million to keep the price of bread at an acceptable level, Mr. Speaker. Our input revenue from fuel is nowhere near what it was projected through on the budget, in spite of the fact that we are subsidizing LPG gas between $18 and $20. Every consumer who buys a tank of LPG gas, 20 cylinders or 22 cylinders, the government is paying $18 for every barrel. So that means every tank of gas. So that means that the consumer would have had to pay $18 more for a tank of gas if the government was not subsidizing, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, desperation knows no boundaries. And we hear all sorts of things about reducing the price of fuel, reducing the cost of imported goods, Mr. Speaker. But this government, we've done all we can. And this barrel concession is another way in which we hope that consumers will get a relief from their relatives abroad, Mr. Speaker. But I'm sure these relatives will tell you, and you see it's a small world, Mr. Speaker, these relatives will tell you that what they could send before, they cannot send now because these prices have gone up in the United States and have gone up in England. They'll tell you that. But here, desperation, as I said, knows no boundaries, Mr. Speaker. So I'm asking this Honorable House to approve further relief by removing the value-added tax on these imported goods, Mr. Speaker. But I also want to urge people that do not use these barrels to send down anything except food. And this is serious. Mr. Speaker, because several times, and I'm not saying telling tales of the school, it was in the public domain, that other items were found in these barrels that are not food, that are not care packages, that are not toys. And this is spoiling the reputation of the country. This is because of selfishness, Mr. Speaker. And if that continues, we may affect the majority of people because of a few selfish people who want to get their pockets lined by not following the law and doing what is right. So I want to urge people who are importing barrels to ensure that what is imported in these barrels is food and things, consumables for your family and your friends. It's very important, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge members to support this resolution, and the barrels will begin to roll again from November the 1st. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, be it resolved that Parliament, by affirmative resolution, approves the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 3, Number 2 order, which amends Schedule 3 of the Act to A, exempt imports of personal items, food, clothing, toys, and other household consumables contained in barrels for the period commencing from the first day of November 2022 and terminating on the 28th day of February 2023. And B, exempts imports of toys, food supplies, and care packages by a member of the House of Assembly for the benefit of children, the vulnerable and needy persons in the constituency of the member of the House of Assembly for the period commencing from the first day of November 2022 and terminating on the 31st day of January 2023. The member for Swazelle-Saltibus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to briefly thank the Prime Minister for the continuation of this exemption of VAT on the barrels, because, as he rightly said, it couldn't come at a more important time where inflation is very real. You know, what we used to buy for $100 now, people say it's $20 worth. In fact, I was at the supermarket sometime last week, And when a guy got his total, the expression that he gave, Mr. Speaker, it was not a laughing matter, but it's the manner in which he expressed, his appall at the price based on the number of items that he had purchased, Mr. Speaker. It's very real, and a lot of people are feeling it. It would have been nice, if we could have actually provided for that maybe a little earlier, considering that inflation has been at our doorstep for a little while now. Mr. Speaker, there's also something that the Prime Minister said, which is very real, and that is we must not underestimate, the remittances that we get from overseas. St. Lucians overseas play a very critical role, for many families as it relates to the support. And it was, sort of very real when we noticed during the pandemic that, the remittances had actually decreased because all over people were feeling, the stresses and the pain of being out of jobs and the likes. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the Prime Minister for continuing this. I noted, as relates to the members of the House of Assembly, the period ended on 31st January. I would have maybe preferred if you could have, put it similar to what extends for everybody else, because, when you're on this side of the House, you have to beg a little more, and who were your friends before, not necessarily your friends now, so it's a little difficult. So, Mr. Speaker, that would have been a welcome addition to have, made it very seamless. But the Prime Minister, just before I close, the Prime Minister made a very important point with regards to the contents of the barrel, where people try to take advantage, and in that case, sometimes Peter pays for Paul. I'm hoping that there's also going to be some additional investment in, I think it's called an extreme, whatever it is, scanning here to with regards to that, Mr. Speaker, because that's critical in terms of identifying, some of these illicit items that come into the country. But we welcome, and Mr. Prime Minister, I thank you very much, and we'll try to see how we can continue to support the people that we represent. Thank you.
The member for Castries Southeast.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And of course, I rise to support this very important, there's no barrel received by me, but this very important gesture of providing support to St. Lucians at this time. Mr. Speaker, we understand the issue of poverty in so many dimensions. Of course, when persons are income poor, we say there's no money. But food poor is when even sometimes you have a little bit of money, but you do not have access to basic things. At this time in our history and at this time in St. Lucia, it's important that we provide some support to our people. And we are doing this thing with much care, and the Prime Minister understands the impact for having this thing balanced. Of course, the member for Strozel was suggesting why not earlier. But this is universal. The barrel support is not limited to a particular group of individuals. Anyone in the U.S. with family here is free to support their family members. If it was something targeted to just a group of individuals and it was controlled, I would understand for exposing it, leaving it open for the entire year. But we know what would happen to our local economy and our small business people, our supermarkets, if we were to open the barrel support for the entire year. Of course, the very people that we're looking to assist would find themselves unemployed because the supermarket would have to relieve them. And therefore, the Prime Minister, as the Minister for Economic Affairs, understand the importance of targeting and timing this thing properly. Mr. Speaker, it's a time when the people in the diaspora and those persons with families here, it's an opportunity to give. And of course, I think giving activates certain special parts of the brain where you start to connect with relationship, trust. And when people are able to give to their friends or give to their family members, those who are given also benefit mentally because an opportunity to share. So persons who are excited in actually preparing the barrels, and they're doing this with much fervor, and I need to commend family members in the US who are sending their love and support to the children, because they're not doing it grudgingly, they're not doing it because they're unhappy, they're doing it because they are happy to send the support to St. Lucians down here. And I think this is something we need to reflect on, because most times we think of those who are receiving, but there's a benefit in actually giving and sharing. The member for Swaziland said at this side of the house, that's time to beg. We do not consider asking begging. You have a right to ask, and anyone who asks will receive with understanding. I know you've asked me, and I'm more prepared to give you than you're prepared to ask, because the people in Strozel they are as important as persons in Castries Southeast, and we are all St. Lucians. So I support this gesture at this time. When we were in opposition and I was in the Senate, and every time this time comes, I stood and I supported it likewise. But of course, this idea of caring for the vulnerable has always been led by this Labour Party administration, and we always like to be the one who champion caring and putting our people first. And I'm happy when the members of the opposition would rise and continue likewise, because they see good will in doing this thing. So, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of all St. Lucians and the people of Castries Southeast who will benefit, and many other persons, I support this. I just need to remind, as the Prime Minister rightly said, this is for food, this is for small toys, and I say this carefully, and as well as care packages. Persons who would use this opportunity to abuse, to line their own pockets, it will only make things worse for those persons who really need for this support at this time. So I'm asking all those who may have ulterior motives to abuse this time, refrain from doing this, because you only bring hardship upon our people. May God bless all of us as we continue to support our constituency, and we look forward to a prosperous year in taking care of our people.
The member for Dennery North.
Mr. Speaker, I want to make a very brief contribution on the motion that is before the House. Mr. Speaker, this is a very simple yet profound gesture on the part of the Prime Minister, and by extension, the government of the day. The barrel concessions, Mr. Speaker, have been around for as long as I can remember. And the fact that it has been around does not in any way diminish the significance, especially given the current environment in which we operate. We all have been affected, be it on a professional level or on a household level, by the global supply chain issues that continue to confront small island states like St. Lucia. And you can well imagine, Mr. Speaker, how difficult it has been for the average St. Lucian to make ends meet in an environment that was so well described by the Honorable Prime Minister in presenting the motion. Mr. Speaker, there are hundreds of families, particularly in rural St. Lucia, who look forward every year to the barrel concession, because this is the one time of year when they are expecting their relatives from overseas to make supplies available to them that under normal circumstances they would not have enjoyed throughout the year. Mr. Speaker, but with the barrel concessions comes responsibility. And I want to appeal to the families that will benefit from the concession, the families that will be receiving barrels, to make good use of the opportunity that has been given by the government of the day. I want to echo the sentiments of the member for Choiseul and the Prime Minister before him in imploring our people to use the concession for what it is intended. Do not profit the opportunity to smuggle illegal items into the country because you have been given a window that is meant for your use, your utilization to improve your lot in life. Mr. Speaker, I can speak very fondly of the situation in Dennery North, the constituency I've had the honor and privilege of representing in this House after 3 general elections. There was a time in the history of Dennery North, Mr. Speaker, when people were very independent and there was a lot of economic buoyancy in that constituency because the banana dollar was formidable at the time. But since the demise of the banana industry, Mr. Speaker, almost 2 decades ago, people in this constituency and the various pockets have had to rely very significantly on remittances to make ends meet. And so the Dennery North community in Martinique, the Dennery North community in New York, the Dennery North community in the UK, they, Mr. Speaker, continue to channel resources through Western Union and other means just to ensure that their loved ones in their country of birth continue to enjoy a decent standard of living. And so with the barrel concession, we will see a widening of a window that has existed before, but it is important, Mr. Speaker, that they use that window responsibly. There are many I've heard, Mr. Speaker, criticize the barrel concessions. And as far as they're concerned, this is a government engaging in tokenism and making things available for people who do not necessarily want to raise their own game. Mr. Speaker, I disagree with that assertion. There are people in St. Lucia, irrespective of how hard things are economically for this country, they will be able to get by and get by comfortably. But in this country and in our midst, there are St. Lucians, Mr. Speaker, who rise every day, work diligently, give a fair day's work, Mr. Speaker, for the little that they make, but yet the resources are never, or the compensation is never enough to cause them to look after themselves and their families in ways that they want. And so at every opportunity, the government must be willing to meet them halfway and to give them some form of support. And we're saying, in keeping with our tradition, Mr. Speaker, the Christmas season or the Yuletide season is a time of good cheer. And quite apart, Mr. Speaker, from lessening the economic burden or strain on the indigent and persons who are not able to fend for themselves, we are also contributing to an atmosphere of joy and an atmosphere where people can exist amicably. Mr. Speaker, je voulais dire que le gouvernement est venu ici aujourd'hui et mettre des démarches en place. Côté moun, ça joue un barrel et que ça joue une boîte et petit package qui a sorti de l'autre pays. Et nous avons fait ça pour saison Noël là. Parce que dernière tradition en cette ici, côté en saison Noël, moun ni l'habitude qu'à jouer ces bagages ça rod famille qui a resté l'autre pays. Et nous avons dit qu'un gouvernement, même si ça c'est un bagage qui déjà existé longtemps avant nous venir sur mon fils. Nous voulons dire cette lycéen pour point s'assoyer et puis servir le soulagement du gouvernement de manière qui est responsable. Nous parlons de gens qui ont mené des bagailles en ces barrels-là qui contre la loi. Nous parlons de gens qui ont mené des guns et puis l'autre bagaille en ces barrels-là, Mr. Speaker. Nous voulons servir ces barrels-là que vous amenez manger, vous amenez toys, vous amenez hard et puis bagaille that vous besoin et puis bagaille vous avez des difficultés qu'à acheter dans un environnement économique qui a fait la vie difficile pour les gens qui banni en charge l'argent. And so, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I lend my full support on behalf of the people of Dennery North to this particular intervention. And as I would have said in my preamble, it is a very simple gesture, but it is a very profound one that will impact hundreds, if not thousands of lives in this country during the Yuletide season, in particular those in rural St. Lucia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that be it resolved that Parliament, by affirmative resolution, approves the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 3, Number 2 order, which amends Schedule 3 of the Act to A, exempt imports of personal items food, clothing, toys, and other household consumables contained in barrels for the period commencing from the 1st of November 2022 and terminating on the 28th day of February 2023. And B, exempt imports of toys, food supplies, and care packages by a member of the House of Assembly for the benefit of children, the vulnerable and needy persons in the constituency of the member of the House of Assembly for the period commencing from the 1st day of November 2022 and terminating on the 31st day of January 2023. And now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bills. Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Economic Development, Youth Economy, Justice and National Security.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for second reading a bill shortly entitled Income Tax Amendment. Mr. Speaker, in my first budget to this Honorable House, I stated that we would cause a review to be done of the Income Tax Act in keeping with a promise that we made to the St. Lucian electorate, Mr. Speaker. We promised that anyone whose income was below $48,000 a year would have paid no taxes. So this is the first stage, Mr. Speaker, in the keeping of that promise. This is the first step. Mr. Speaker, anyone in this country who gets less than $25,000 a month will pay no tax. This is better than the $18,000 before, Mr. Speaker. But you know, Mr. Speaker, that may sound, you see, Mr. Speaker, $18,000 a month, a year, is $1,500 a month. $25,000 a year is $2,038 a month, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, if you never, your salary was never $1,500 a month, or your parents never had to send you to school on $1,500 a month, you would laugh when you found that you get $2,000 a month and you pay no tax. You would laugh. Because you know the reason why you'd laugh, Mr. Speaker, is because you do not understand what it means for relief. Mr. Speaker, let me say something about the Income Tax Act. I met a lady at church on Sunday, Mr. Speaker, and the lady came to me and she said to me, "Thank you for the concession to pensioners." So I wondered, what was she talking about, Mr. Speaker? I said to her, I wish it could have been more. You know what she told me? And this is profound, Mr. Speaker, this is profound. She said to me, the increase helped me to pay my water bill. But Mr. Speaker, this is the feeling that you have when you deal with regular people and you were not born with a golden spoon. Because that old lady, Mr. Speaker, the 4% increase, she said, and she said to me, "Prime Minister, I'm praying for you." You know why? Because she said she got relief in her water bill, Mr. Speaker. And that is what keeps me going in this politics. But Mr. Speaker, we hope, of course we hope, we wished that we could have done more. Of course we could have done more. And we want to do more, Mr. Speaker. But the fact is, incremental, Mr. Speaker. We do it incrementally and it benefits people, Mr. Speaker. So I'm very proud to stand in this Honorable House this morning and ask Parliament to approve of the Income Tax Amendment Act, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it means that more than 10,000 people in St. Lucia will pay less tax. I want to make it say it loud, Mr. Speaker. More than 10,000 people in St. Lucia will pay more tax, or will pay less tax, or no tax. To be exact, Mr. Speaker, according to the calculations from the Inland Revenue Department, about 14,000 people are going to be paying less tax from January next year. 14,000 people. At a time of fiscal challenges, at a time when the world economy is going through serious strains. You listen to the news. Yeah, what's happening in every country in the world, Mr. Speaker. In St. Lucia, 14,000 people are going to be better off because of the actions taken by this government, Mr. Speaker. 14,000 people. So, Mr. Speaker, these amendments, this is the first benefit from this amendment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the second part of the amendment relates to the amendment to section 44, Mr. Speaker, which deals with the allowances, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, when you file your tax returns, you are allowed allowances, in that you're allowed a number of allowances when you file your tax return, Mr. Speaker. Let me tell you some of these allowances. Some of these allowances, Mr. Speaker, and that is in your tax return that you always see. Before, there was a personal allowance of $18,000. That has been increased, as I said, to $25,000. Then there were deductions for your spouse, medical expenses, that was $400. But, Mr. Speaker, we are making an adjustment to medical expenses, which I'm going to deal with in a little while, Mr. Speaker. Maintenance of children, Mr. Speaker, $1,000 per child. Take note. Alimony. You could deduct your alimony, Mr. Speaker. Education for certain children. Education for children, Mr. Speaker. And we're going to make an adjustment on that in a while. We spoke about deduction for higher education, which is $5,000. Send your children to university, you're allowed $5,000. We're going to speak about that one also in a while, Mr. Speaker. Then there was allowance for housekeeper, allowance for dependent relative, pension income allowance. Anybody who got $6,000 or less would pay no tax for their pension. That was the allowance, Mr. Speaker. There was contributions to life insurance to a limit of $8,000. National insurance contributions, $3,000. Deduction for mortgage interest, maximum $18,000. The insurance on owner-occupied residence, maximum $10,000. And there was property tax, Mr. Speaker. There were donations for an upkeep, a deduction of course for your upkeep and maintenance of your house. If you paint your house, or not capital expenditure, not expansion, but maintenance of your house, you're allowed $10,000. There were donations of gifts for approved purposes, limited to 25% of your accessible income, Mr. Speaker. Contributions to building societies, deduction for student loan expense, purchases of new shares in resident public companies, contributions to an individual registered retirement plan, contributions to an approved pension fund, contributions to a registered ownership savings plan. The one for the pension fund, Mr. Speaker, stood at $8,000. Contributions to a registered ownership savings plan, Mr. Speaker. Deductions for professional subscriptions. Deductions, and that was an initiative which we did last year. If you road rehabilitation, you got a $5,000 tax deduction. This is still available, Mr. Speaker, although some people want us to fix roads in rain. Deductions of expenses incurred in hobby farming, Mr. Speaker, $5,000. Fees paid for preparation of financial services, Mr. Speaker. So these were the allowances that were allowed for every taxpayer. The adjustment, Mr. Speaker, that we are doing is we are capping these allowances at $30,000. So no taxpayer can claim more than $30,000 for these allowances, with one exemption. So, example, in the $30,000, you have to keep the limits for the allowances that I spoke of there. You can't increase the limits. So, you cannot claim for your child more than the stipulated amount. Nor can you claim for your shares in a resident public company. You can't claim more than $5,000. But, Mr. Speaker, two exemptions, two. One of them, Mr. Speaker, is mortgage interest. Because of the way house prices are increasing, materials are increasing, Mr. Speaker, you can claim your entire mortgage interest. So if your mortgage interest comes to $30,000, you can claim the entire thing. If it comes to $18,000, you can claim the entire thing. Before, there was a cap of $18,000 on mortgage interest. On mortgage interest, there was a cap. So if you claim $30,000 on your mortgage interest, then that's all you can claim, yes. Everything else is not allowable. It's capped at $30,000. Also, Mr. Speaker, for student loans, the reason why we did that is because, again, education. So then, if you decide to send your children to university, you can claim the interest, Mr. Speaker, up to $30,000. Again, that is to relieve people who are sending their children to school, Mr. Speaker. So, in summary, Mr. Speaker, no taxpayer can claim more than $55,000. But there is one caveat: medical expenses. Because of the state of our medical expenses, Mr. Speaker, you can claim the entire amount that once you can verify that it was spent for medical expenses, not for cosmetic surgery, etc. Not for cosmetic surgery, not for any, you can't just say you went to a doctor for augmentation or to fix your face and things so, and then you claim it, Mr. Speaker. No. Medical expenses. Necessary medical expenses, Mr. Speaker. Not plastic surgery, etc. Medical expenses, you can claim the entire amount. The entire amount you spend, once it's verifiable and once you can prove, Mr. Speaker, that is what you spent it for, you can claim the entire amount. So you can claim the 30 plus the 25 plus the medical expenses. Then there's one more change, Mr. Speaker. There's one more change. There's one more adjustment, which is the adjustment in the tax bands, Mr. Speaker. Currently, there are 4 tax bands, Mr. Speaker. Tax band 0 to 10 attracts a rate. So after, when you have your income and you subtract your allowances, Mr. Speaker, then you calculate your taxes according to the tax bands. Currently, there are 4 tax bands. 0 to 10 attracts $10,000. $10,001 to $20,000, you pay 15%. $20,000, $40,000, you pay 20%, and the remainder above $40,000, you pay 30% tax. We have we've reduced these tax bands, Mr. Speaker. So $0 to $15,000, after you've taken out your allowances, your tax rate is 15%. $15,000 to $30,000, your tax rate is 20%. And above $40,000, your tax rate is 30%, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this means that we have narrowed the tax bands. And what I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, is because of these changes, the proposed scenario is the government is going to lose in the first quarter $3.5 million in revenue between January and March because of these changes. And for the year, the government is going to lose about $14 million through direct income tax. but we are putting that money back in the hands of the consumer for the consumer to spend and use for his disposable income. But, Mr. Speaker, 14,000 people, and I want the civil servants and the policemen to hear that, all of those who get less than $25,000 a month, a year, they are going to pay less tax, Mr. Speaker, or no tax at all. It was $18,000, it's gone up to $25,000 a year. So anyone, and there are many people, that is their salary. Many people, Mr. Speaker, who get less than $25,000 a year will pay no tax, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that would mean some amendments to some sections of the Income Tax Act, Mr. Speaker, that I have spoken to earlier, an amendment to section 44, an amendment to section 54, an amendment to section 58, and an amendment to Schedule 5, Mr. Speaker. Then an amendment to Schedule 6. These are the amendments in the original act to give effect to the changes that I have outlined, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased that we can come to this Parliament, and in these times, we can still give relief to the consumer, particularly the people who earn less than $25,000 a year. Very significant. Might sound small and laughable, but very significant, Mr. Speaker. We wish, and this is in the whole package of incentives that we are giving to the people of St. Lucia to put them first, Mr. Speaker. Educational assistance, 1 laptop, housing assistance, Mr. Speaker, paying facility fees, increasing paying CXC fees for English and maths, a whole package, Mr. Speaker, plus this income tax relief to help and support the people of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. The people of St. Lucia who their income is at a particular level, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you and I urge members to support the legislation.
Honourable members, the question is that the Income Tax Amendment Bill be read a second time. Member for Castries South East.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker, and I would be extremely brief on this very important tax amendment. Mr. Speaker, I observe and I want to recognize that there are 3 former prime ministers in this sitting. And of course, matters of that nature with such importance in terms of fiscal decision, I'm sure that the prime ministers who have sat in that chair probably can lend a voice in deep analysis of what the prime minister has presented. But permit me to just one observation and to bring conclusion to my contribution is that when the prime minister made his presentation, I observed that the leader of opposition laughed as the prime minister, in total disclosure, indicated that he would have made it for 48. And I know that prime ministers know things that I do not know, but I could imagine that what would have prompted such a laughter is because when a prime minister during campaign make one statement, but his actions seem different, it may seem something that a former prime minister would laugh about. But just to make this observation that the prime minister, the Honorable Philip J. Pierre, consistently has been transparent, would acknowledge what he has said and not twist his tongue about it. Had this prime minister come in this house and make a statement that I would put ching ching in your pocket and have to come back and turn it and say ching ching means not money but a card, or a statement like, I would sign a letter that immediately when I get into office I will change the price of fuel. but that would not come to being. Or the Prime Minister would make a statement that I will remove that completely and that never happened. Then I would understand the reason for laughing. But when a Prime Minister who admittedly make the point that I said it would have been 48,000, but in total disclosure, I am starting here, that deserves silence, honor, and respect and acknowledgement. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, the analysis made by the members of the Inland Revenue Department that 14,000 people would be far much better is important. Why is it important? Mr. Speaker, I ask, who are those persons? And as I take a glance at the statistical information relating to our poverty issues, I ask, where are those band of persons? Where are they in the structure of poverty? They are not the poor ones. They are the working poor. There is a relationship with the working poor and poor individuals. When these persons have access to additional funds, they are the ones who would go to the hairdresser. They are the ones who would hire a domestic worker. They are the ones who would ask the guy next door to come and cut the grass next to the house. They are the ones who would pay for somebody to pick something for them at the back of the yard. When people at that strata benefit in having additional income, the people at the lowest quintile on the poverty ladder benefit far more than when you give the rich people additional funds. When we allow more monies in the hands of wealthy people, they save it and the banks become more liquid. But when the Prime Minister, through this initiative, allowed those band of persons to have access to more monies, it filters down to the poorer people that we care about so much. So, Prime Minister, I observe, and I'm saying I may be incorrect in my observation as to why the laughter from the leader of the opposition. But I dare say, with total disclosure, you made the point 48,000, but of course you start at 22 and you did not twist your tongue about it, and you consistently have kept your word that you will always speak the truth and be transparent about it. I appreciate your honesty and how candid you are about what you're doing, and I know lowering the tax band and allowing more monies into the hands of persons at that level will only benefit our poor people, and it will even make a better time for St. Lucians. Thank you, and that is my brief contribution.
The member for Strozel Saltibus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the first thing I would want to indicate to the St. Lucian public and members of the House is that this bill takes effect January 2023, which means that when you file in your 2023 returns, you can now take advantage of what the Prime Minister is indicating. Because there may be people out there who may be under the impression that that's something that as soon as we pass it in the House, it comes into effect. So we need to first of all be very clear on that. Mr. Speaker, any progressive society, at some point in time, adjustments will be made to the income tax allowances as your country progresses. And it was as a result of that thinking, Mr. Speaker, you would note in the manifesto of the United Workers' Party, the exact statement that the Prime Minister has indicated there was listed in our manifesto as what would be coming had we come into office. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I remember very clearly when this matter came to Cabinet when we were in office and was discussed extensively with members from the Inland Revenue Department, Mr. Speaker. And there was great trepidation from some people. The Prime Minister was convinced that that was the way to go. But there was great trepidation from some members because of how various allowances could affect various sectors in our society, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, it is very interesting to note the Prime Minister explaining how various caps would work and supply. But I am still, Mr. Speaker, very unclear how this new initial allowances will affect the new cap. And the good thing is we have a year where I guess a lot of education and discussion will be coming from the Inland Revenue Department to various business houses, various groups as to how this is going to work. But if I understand what the Prime Minister is saying with regards to the new cap of $30,000, and for example, he made the distinction, an exception could be your mortgage allowance. So an individual whose mortgage interest would surpass $30,000 can take advantage of that. They can take advantage of the $40,000, and that's it. There's nothing else that they can pull in. So here's the dilemma that we will face, Mr. Speaker. Some people will sacrifice some things. So for example, you may decide it makes no sense to take life insurance. And not taking life insurance, what happens? The main income earner passes, there is a burden that comes on society. Credit union shares may be affected, something that we want to push so much to enhance our credit unions. Okay, that may be affected because some people will say, I don't have to, there's nothing worth putting money in the credit union because, I cannot benefit from a tax allowance, Mr. Speaker. Fire insurance might be jeopardized, and this whole issue of I agree with that, but sometimes how much the banks have to pursue people to pay the fire insurance. These are the little loopholes that that we have to take into consideration. The encouragement by the Ministry of Agriculture to encourage people to do their backyard gardening, and people will say, boy, there's no more tax breaks in that. Eat what we grow, and I'll just go to the supermarket and buy these refined foods and that. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of things that can be impacted on that. And as I said, Mr. Speaker, it is something that we have to do in terms of changing our income tax. But we have to look very carefully at how other aspects of it would be affected. I was very glad to hear that at least medical will be on its own. It's a standalone. So regardless, because that's another critical one that affects our society, Mr. Speaker. So people can continue with their medical insurances. But Mr. Speaker, when we make such discussions, I believe when we make such decisions, I believe the discussions should be very, very wide in terms of who we bring in and the resources and how certain things are going to affect. Yes, there will be a pool of more vulnerable people who would benefit, Mr. Speaker. But then now, Mr. Speaker, we need to look at how that might affect other aspects of things. The member in his earlier statement, the member for Denbury North, he spoke about the whole issue of littering, Mr. Speaker, and it's very critical, Mr. Speaker. We look, Mr. Speaker, and he made the statement that people say they do these things because Omaleweka is on Tito Avai. But we need to look at sometimes where some of these thinking about the littering and at what bracket in our society are these things more compounded, Mr. Speaker, and whether or not, Mr. Speaker, the fact that some of these people now are not even going to be contributing to the cleanup of our society, whether they will have that I don't care attitude. There's a lot of things that we need to think of, Mr. Speaker, when we do certain things. And I just wanted to make it very clear, Mr. Speaker, that I am not necessarily against the amendment, but I just think, Mr. Speaker, that there's a lot more discussion to be had on how it's going to affect and impact our wider society. So I look forward to more discussion on this bill, Mr. Speaker, and I rest my case. Thank you.
The member for Soufrière Forcejac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, before I speak on the item before us, I would like to join speakers before me in thanking our volunteers who have served, the doctors who are present here with us today, and the volunteers who have served on the various committees, especially Faces of Cancer and the Cancer Society and other medical groups throughout our country, Mr. Speaker. As someone who have lost several relatives from breast cancer and other cancers, I can tell you it is a very difficult period when you have a loved one who is ill with cancer. And I know that I've had the opportunity to work with many doctors, and the comfort that they have brought, the counselors as well who work with the patients, and the support services provided to our patients with cancer is one that we need to recognize. So today I want to add my voice in thanking all the volunteers and all the workers of the Ministry of Health for the services that they provide to our persons who are in ill health. Mr. Speaker, today I stand not with much voice, my throat is going, but I rise to support this income tax amendment bill that is before us. Mr. Speaker, I have heard the presentation from the Minister for Finance, as well as the two speakers before me. But Mr. Speaker, I want to speak as a parliamentary rep, but I also want to speak as a minister with responsibility for consumer affairs as well as business. And I want to take this moment to thank the Minister for Finance to present these amendments before this honorable House at this time. Mr. Speaker, you've heard it was a commitment by the Central Labour Party government, and that promise was for persons who made $4,000 or $48,000 not to pay tax. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to tell John Public that our minister, when we arrive in this government, based on what we see, based on what we found, we want to do a lot more, but the resources are limited. But you have a Minister of Finance and a cabinet who is very conscious of the problems in this country. The presentation before us, we heard very clearly what our government is doing to support John Public as it relates to the situation of inflation and rising prices. I myself have stood in this honorable House on several occasions speaking about the subsidy on cooking gas. We spoke about the high price of imported food. We've discussed here the subsidy on flour to enable our bakers not to increase the price of bread. Now, so this effort today is another one step by the government of St. Lucia to try to address this whole issue of inflation. We did not cause COVID-19, we inherited it. And that COVID-19 has had significant impact on the lives of our people. We did not create the war between Russia and Ukraine. We are just feeling the impact of that war. And as a cabinet, when we sit, what we do is to see how we can ease the squeeze on our people. So when I look at Clause 7, which amends Section 6 of the Income Tax Act, and that is increasing the personal allowance from $18,000 to $25,000, an increase of some $7,000 for the year, Mr. Speaker, I had to see it as an accountant and say, well, what is the implication? What is the implication? And the implication is some $554 extra that will not be taxed. And what is that implication across the spectrum? For the person who's on the low income bracket, you have a minimum savings of about $83 extra in your pay packet. And the person at the higher level has up to $166 more in the income, in the pay packet, Mr. Speaker. So what is the implication of this increase of disposable income? Disposable income is equal to increase in purchasing power. Purchasing power equals more money to spend. And more money to spend equals the ability to make decisions impacting your families, Mr. Speaker. And what this, as I listened to the member for Swazel presenting the case that persons might decide not to cover or not to pay for life insurance and so on. Mr. Speaker, the St. Lucian public is a discerning public. And what this amendment does, it allows persons to make decisions that impact themselves and their families. What it does, both in this amendment and in terms of having a cap at $30,000 and allowing persons to make decisions as to how best to use that cap, it allows the taxpayer to have a level of what I would say freedom in making decisions impacting. The person who has children at university will choose to apply it to interest on student loan. The person who has a mortgage to pay would choose to focus on mortgage. What is good about this is that our government have realized that the issue of healthcare is extremely costly and have decided that we will not put a cap on the expense for healthcare, Mr. Speaker. This is a government that is understanding what is happening on the ground. So today, as I sit here, I focus on it as it relates to what is going to be the impact on the business community and our economy. Mr. Speaker, you've heard from the Minister for Finance that this amendment is going to cost this government some $14 million for the year. And this $14 million, because, as you've heard before, that the persons at the lower income bracket usually spends every inch of additional disposable income. This means a great percentage of this $14 million will be in circulation in our economy. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of our businesses, especially our small businesses, I want to thank the Minister for this. Mr. Speaker, only Friday, last Friday, as a parliamentary rep, that was my constituency day, I went through the Soufrière market, Mr. Speaker, and there were about maybe 8 vendors. And when I went there through my little walk with the Minister for Education in terms of Andy and Rose, there were about 8 vendors and just about 2 consumers. And it touched a nerve that there you had those vendors who had purchased what you'd say are perishables, and they were in the Soufrière market, Mr. Speaker, and there was only at least 2 persons showing some interest in what they had. This is showing us that the disposable income on the ground is not what it's supposed to be. And this amendment here, Mr. Speaker, is another step in putting a few dollars more in the purses of consumers. Mr. Speaker, as the person responsible for business, I know that with the help of the Prime Minister, we are going through and getting this $10 million from CDB for the micro and small medium enterprises. There are a lot of other things happening, both in tourism, the youth economy. But I want us to understand that this government at this time is doing all in its power to see how best to stimulate this economy and how best to put a dollar in the pocket of our consumers. So I stand here, I support this bill, and I'm really hoping that the decisions that are being made is going to impact positively on our economy and on the lives of our people. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Bavino.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the bill which speaks to improving the lives of St. Lucians across this small geographical space of ours. I want to join you, Mr. Speaker, give me 1 minute leave, to express my condolences to the people of Babono who have lost their loved ones. And I want to make special mention of Mr. Christopher Maxime from Talvan Fongasso, who was a very strong supporter of this government. And it has left Babono in mourning. And he was laid to rest on the 9th of October, which also happened to be a historic day for the St. Lucia Labour Party. We call him Bia and Fache. Mr. Speaker, I want to express condolences to the royal family, as you expressed earlier, on the passing of the late Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. She has been the only queen all of us in this house have known. May her soul rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, let me thank the people in Babono and thank them for their support and confidence in me. I want to congratulate the Babono people for hosting a very successful Babono Days. That event was resurrected after 16 years, Mr. Speaker. This event was held on the 1st to the 3rd of October 2022, and it was last held in 2004. I want to thank the persons who worked tirelessly, in the persons of Dr. Tekla Fitz-Louis, we have Mr. Linus Justin, we have Mr. Levi, Cleo, Kelder, and many others who worked hard to make this a very great success. And I want to congratulate the vendors and the small business people in Babono who benefited from this event. Mr. Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity to apologize for my absence from my involvement in Teachers Week activities 2022. This is the first time in many decades that I have missed these activities. I trust that everything went well, and although I was not there in person, but my spirit was alive in their midst. I want the educators in this country to know that my passion and interest in their struggles and commitment has never wavered for one moment. Congratulations to all teachers in St. Lucia, the Caribbean, globally, and keep up the great work And let me congratulate the Minister of Education for his great initiatives in getting everybody back in uniform. And I remind him that the principal was not there so the children could play. Mr. Speaker, the bill before us, it would be remiss of me if I did not speak to that bill, as I see that bill touches the lives of many people in this country, especially our struggling women and our men who father their children. Every dollar counts. And those of us in this house who are parliamentary representatives, and we sit and we visit our constituencies, we will understand the importance of this bill. And we have a situation in this country where we have the rich poor, and we have the relatively poor. One way or the other, every dollar counts. Mr. Speaker, when I meet people on the streets, they ask me, how do we do it? How do I do it? Meaning, how do we manage with the pressures that are brought to bear on us as politicians, parliamentarians, and parliamentary representatives? Mr. Speaker, I just want to inform you and remind you that I have lived in a community and experienced what poverty is, and I have lived it all my life. And I have struggled with the people around me to help them get out of poverty. That's what we call the Mali way. And you cannot be Mali way all your life. You have to help them get out of Mali way, Mr. Speaker. I live in a community in Plateau, Babodo, which they one time refer as behind God's back. But we struggled and we got in front of God. So God marched behind us. Where we built roads, we put electricity, we put water, and we improved the quality of life for the people in that community. Mr. Speaker, this bill is seeking to leave money in the hands of the people, especially as they are recovering from COVID-19, Hurricane Allen, the war in Ukraine. We were struck by Hurricane Allen twice, in 1980 and in 2016. We were hit again, Mr. Speaker. With that decision to put money, extra dollars in the hands of 14,000 people in St. Lucia, and leaving $14 million in circulation, no one can argue that this is not a good decision. Mr. Speaker, when the government leaves money in the hands of the people, it is one where you believe you develop the level of autonomy. People begin to take decisions that are best for themselves. The government can decide to extract every dollar from the citizens, but it is what you do with that money that matters. And we experienced during the last 5 years before this government was elected, monies were collected, but now we are seeing where the monies went, and it did not go back in the hands of the people. A lot of money was poured down the drain, and today this government is saddled with a heavy debt, and we cannot see what was done with all that money. So this government, in terms of its policy, has decided that we are going to leave some of the money in the people's hands, and we will use whatever tax that we collect to make the good decisions to help our children. And that is why this government can speak to giving the children laptops for them to go to school, pay their facilities fee, pay their CXC fees. The government is giving back support for the children to go to school. And in my constituency, we have given over 500 families support to help the children go back to school, Mr. Speaker. That is what we say giving back to the people and putting them first. Mr. Speaker, with the little extra dollar that the people get, they will put it towards education for the children. They will put it towards health care. They will put it to infrastructure. They will put it to pay their light bills, their water bills, their phone bills, and that is going to help them. Create employment, buy the groceries, and those of us who sit in our constituencies and we walk around and we experience what the people are experiencing out there, if we are human, our hearts will be broken. And when people visit my office and I visit the different communities in Babolo, and you see the conditions in which people live today in 2022, you wonder what went wrong. What happened during the last 5 years? And Mr. Speaker, when I reach out to these people and I give them the support, you can see the glow on their faces. They are excited, they are happy, because they know that there is a government that is addressing their needs. There is a government that cares about them. And I applaud the Prime Minister for taking the initiative to reach out to the ordinary people out there. You have to experience poverty, you have to live poverty for you to understand the impact. And when you see how you help people get out of poverty and they come back and they tell you thank you, you show them the way, you help them. And Mr. Speaker, I make no apologies, and I want to congratulate this government for helping our people and reaching out to them. Except pour nous savons, Mr. Speaker, malheureux, c'est un mauvais maladie. Avec l'eau où pas ni manger à sous table, ou pas ni caille pour été, ou pas savoir yushu l'école, ou pas ni l'argent pour santé, ça c'est une maladie, Mr. Speaker. And this government is there to cure the maladies that we have. And let us work together, let us support the Prime Minister and his team so that we can bring St. Lucia back on track. We have to engage, and we are doing it, transformational leadership. We have to transform these societies. There are pockets in our communities that need help, and we have to go out there and give these people toilet facilities, give them water, give them electricity, and give them food on the table, and provide quality education and health care for themselves and their children. Mr. Speaker, when you create a level of autonomy in our country, our people become very confident. And that is what this government is seeking to do. I call on our PM, we say sent Prime Minister, because the Calypsonian had asked for the saints to go and save St. Jude. So we are the saints now ready to save St. Lucia. So I want to support the Prime Minister for this bill as we are about to save this country from where it has been, and we are on our way to complete recovery. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Mico South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me first start off today by recognizing the month for cancer. Sadly, cancer has been a plight not only on St. Lucia, but on society in general. And even in my own family recently, both my father and my sister had to face cancer. My sister for the second time, and my father for the first time, but at the age of 87. And I know how difficult it was for both of them, and I know how difficult it is for many people in our society. And I know that we've all lost loved ones, whether they be family members or friends. And what is, encouraging, Mr. Speaker, is the amount of monies that have been raised globally to try to find a cure to cancer. And we've seen, obviously, some significant improvements. But yet still, way too many people, Mr. Speaker, and particularly women who are suffering under the ravage, particularly of breast cancer. It's very sad, it's very heartbreaking. I have a friend right now, very young, 38 years of age, who thought that she only had a clot in her leg, to now find out that it was malignant, and it now spread to her lungs and is undertaking some very difficult treatment. And that's the sad part about cancer, is that the disease is one thing, but the cure is sometimes even worse than what the cancer is itself. And so my heart goes out to the many people who've been affected by this ravaged disease. Mr. Speaker, I also want to give my sympathies to the 13 people who've recently died from COVID. You know, I hear here and globally many leaders professing that COVID is over. But the reality is that the numbers show a very, very different story. You know, if we just take here in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, since this new administration, we have had 29,500 cases, and over 302 people have died. We're seeing that some countries, as we speak today, are having to revert back to some of the same protocols that we had put in place. So I just want to take the opportunity to remind all St. Lucians that while we're living our life almost as if COVID doesn't exist, maybe we should try to remember some of the things that are put in place, because I think that many of these things are going to be in place for a long time. And so therefore my heart goes out, and again my sympathies to the families who have lost loved ones, and again to remind all St. Lucians to please to continue to practice some basic levels of protocol. Let's not throw it all out the window. We are a small island. We remain extremely vulnerable. We have very open borders, and we can get an episode, a relapse very quickly, and particularly I see that really the emphasis on getting vaccinated, there seems to be absolutely no emphasis on that at this particular point, be as it may. Mr. Speaker, the discussion that we're having today on this bill with regards to the amendment of the income tax, as indicated by my colleague, was something that we had not only contemplated, but also something that we had promised in our manifesto. And members have reacted to my laughter. And my laughter really is not about anything other than that this is the typical labor game. And to disguise it. One of giving in one hand and taking away in the other hand. And that's something that's been alleged on the Labour Party for a very long time. So the reality is that the focus today was on the 10 or 14,000 people that they are saying are going to benefit from the lower tax rate by raising it from $18,000 to a $25,000 threshold, or $28,000 threshold. But what they're not telling you is all the persons now who are in the other brackets, how much more taxes they're paying. That's the interesting part. And according to the calculations that I've seen, that is a substantial amount of people, in fact more than the 14,000 that are going to benefit. And that was always the difficulty, because you know, it's amazing now that I hear members in the House making reference to different categories of poverty. A bourgeois poor? I mean, what are we talking about? The reality is that the average income in our country, and if you take a means test, is grossly insufficient. And what I've learned in this country, Mr. Speaker, is when we ask ourselves as to how people are surviving because they measure income not by individuals but by household. And so it's about having as many people as possible employed in the household. Even sometimes the job may be extremely menial and getting $600 a month. There's no way that somebody can survive on $600 a month. But if there are other members in the household making money, that $600 can pay utility bills. And they're making a contribution. Heard the member from Babonneau make some very interesting points.
But I want to say to the member of Babylon, the greatest gift that you can give to the people of St. Lucia is not this, it's jobs. So when you talk about the disaster that took place in 2016, according to your own assessment, the fact is that unemployment rate in this country came down to 16%. Thousands of people now were in a position to benefit from this tax reduction. Because in fact, you have to have a job to benefit from it. So let's start with that. And the reality is that the member from Soufriere spoke about when we came in, we couldn't find. You know, Mr. Speaker, I keep on hearing that repeated, and we keep on refuting it with facts. And yet members insist on and continue to say it. That is what the members expected to find was nothing. Because they themselves would have known the catastrophe that this country went through with COVID. Where almost $40 to $50 million a month of revenue was lost. Where 15,000 people in the tourism industry were sent home. And thousands more of people who provided the support services for tourism went home.
And bad investments.
No bad investments. COVID. COVID. Sorry? We spent how much? $100 million. You see, Mr. Speaker, these are the kinds of things that you have to sit in my seat and just laugh. Right? You have a government that's been in office, I think, over a year or whatever. They've indicated that the government spent over $100 million in horses. Yet they cannot provide one shred of evidence to that fact. The greatest champion, sorry he's not here, Mr. Speaker, and given the trouble that I seem to get into when he's not here and saying things on his part, but he's notorious in saying, both he and the minister from Labrie, Minister of Foreign Affairs, but the representative from Labrie, horses before hospitals. Okay? Not $1 of taxpayers' money was spent on the DSH project. Not $1. And then this whole thing about CIP. Where? You have a minister of investment is in charge of CIP. I challenge him to bring any document to show that one passport was sold by DSH and that money was used for the project. I can say categorically here today, Mr. Speaker, that is not true. That never happened. So in fact, what the government did is provided incentives like they would to any other investor in order to encourage them, and they spent over $30 million of their own money. And the same allegation that when the horses flew in, that somehow the government was involved in paying for those horses, that is the deliberate mistruths, Mr. Speaker, that this government continues to portray. This is a government of excuses, not solutions. When they were in opposition, Mr. Speaker, they made all kinds of promises. They made all kinds of statements of things that they would do. That when we gave $500 a month to the member for people during the COVID period, for a 3-month period, the current Prime Minister said, that's shameful. But if he was in government, he would have given $1,500. He made a promise to give $1,500. He has not been able to deliver on that. Where is it? Mr. Speaker,
Prime Minister.
He's misleading the House. I never said so. And he knows that.
Leader of the Opposition, could you turn off your... Okay. Leader of the Opposition, proceed.
So, Mr. Speaker, we continuously see...
Leader of the Opposition, the member for Castries East has stated he never said that.
Mr. Speaker, they've repeatedly said that they would have given $1,500.
No, I'm just making you aware.
No problem. I understand, Mr. Speaker. Okay? So, Mr. Speaker, they even made the promise that when they got into office, they would give back the tax reduction, with the tax rebates, up to $5,000. We had to laugh because when they came to the House and passed the bill that they did, they amended it to $500. So here we go again, where a government in opposition, knowing what the situation was, and when we were sitting on opposite sides, and the member from Castries East made the statement that he was going to give back when he read out his manifesto in this House, and that he was going to give back $4,000 or $48,000 tax-free. I laughed. There's no way, because economically it would be impossible to do that. And he knew that. He knew darn well that he couldn't do it. But that is exactly what the Labour Party does, is just go out and make statements and hope it sticks and enough people buy into it. And sadly, enough people did. Let's take, for example, Mr. Speaker, the statements that are being made here again today and repeatedly about laptops versus computers. So you're telling me that the former government gave people e-books, gave them the device for free, and also paid the license fee. So it means that students would have benefited from an e-book dedicated to all of the school books, and that parents would not have to spend $1 on buying books. Okay, and in our manifesto we put that we would have done it for the next 2 years. And you want to tell me giving people a laptop with no software in it and now causing people to go back and have to buy the books themselves in this catastrophic period where there are supply chain issues? And that you think that you've made the people better in this country? Come on, Mr. Speaker. Come on, Mr. Speaker. That's not true. And the people of this country are realizing more and more every day the number of untruths and the number of false promises that this government has made. And this example is the same thing. Oh, so you see, Mr. Speaker, again, here we go with the emotional argument, right? Instead of dealing with what the issues are, you lose. That's the crybaby thing, the crybaby solution to the problem. That's the emotional argument. If you genuinely really cared about the people of this country, why is it the economy is collapsing? Why? And you can't come and blame the former government, because when you came into government, the revenues are right here in the Social Economic Review. The revenues in 2021, Mr. Speaker, recovered to where they were in 2019. That is what they were not expecting to see. And that revenues, tax revenues, were on the up. The economy grew by 12.5%. The own report that they sent out said that the unemployment had reduced back to 16%. So all of the things that they didn't expect to find is what they found. And now that they have found it, they have destroyed it. Tourism is on the decline, Mr. Speaker. Construction is on the decline, Mr. Speaker. There's nothing going on in the country, Mr. Speaker. Businesses are complaining all over the place, and the same Malaways that they're talking about, who have become unemployed and who are not getting any money, now are looking at them. And I hear members on the opposite side complaining, oh, people are expecting too much from us. That our own people are abusing the system, that too many people want contracts.
Member from Miku South, it is hoped that at some point your contribution will collide with the bill we are debating. Even a glancing blow would suffice. So,
thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I don't wish to stop you, but we are debating a particular bill.
No, Mr. Speaker, you never stop me, Mr. Speaker. I understand. So, Mr. Speaker, the relevance of what I am saying is to speak about the futility of what we're proposing. I'm in big favor of simplifying the tax code. But the fact is that this tax regime is benefiting some of the more vulnerable people in our society, and I support that. Absolutely support it. But don't come and tell us that this is being done in the best interest of everybody in St. Lucia, because it's not. There are certain people, a lot of them, who are lower middle class, middle class, who are playing a significant economic role in this country. And at a time when electricity bills are going up, their gas bills are going up, the support that was being given to their children in education has gone down, the healthcare system is going backwards. All of those things are adding additional financial burdens on those individuals, Mr. Speaker. And we are destroying our own society. And the reality is that this bill, in the absence of a holistic economic recovery plan for this country, one in which we're going to be realistic. Yes, the world is in a crisis. And as I said, when I came here to this house in February and spoke about the supply chain issues and the inflation issues, they laughed. We then went and we put a 6-point plan, and the Prime Minister said it himself. He tore it up. It's rubbish. He's not going to listen to it. Yet to date, we're seeing nothing that this government is doing to help soften the burden of the people. All the highest gas prices in the Eastern Caribbean, St. Lucia. No subsidies on electricity. No subsidies on the households. Just talk, talk, talk. Excuses, excuses. Every day is another excuse. You know, the greatest excuse, Mr. Speaker, I've learned lately is with the Prime Minister's recent one, where he speaks about they expecting us to build roads in rain. Here it is, you have a Prime Minister who was a Minister of Infrastructure. You have a Minister of Infrastructure today who was also the former Minister of Infrastructure. You're really telling me that the two senior people, because he's a senior minister and he's the Prime Minister, who have experience in infrastructure, did not know that we have a rainy season? Really? And so there was no sense of urgency to get any of the work done? And now you're going to use the excuse that people don't build roads in rain? That really tells me a lot. And it should tell the rest of St. Lucians a lot. What is really the real intention of this government? Band-aids at a time like this is not going to work. The new crisis that we're facing in the world today, other than the devastating impact of the Ukraine war and the instability that it's going to create, and it's very sad to see the retaliation by Russia on Ukraine, on civilians. And one begs the question, are we now going to get back into a situation similar to what we had in Northern Ireland, where there's just going to be acts of terrorism all over Europe, which is going to have a devastating economic effect on all of us. But even without that, Mr. Speaker, the issue of inflation and how the world has tackled inflation, Mr. Speaker, is causing havoc. Interest rates are going up. We're expecting that the Fed is going to go up another 0.75 point. You're talking about business people now saying that when they're going to find financing for investments, that the interest rates, can you believe this, Mr. Speaker, back to double digits. Back to double digits. And that is going to have a severe impact on investment, not only in St. Lucia, but globally. And it's sudden. The strength of the US dollar, Mr. Speaker. The pound made it down to 104. And I remember telling the Minister of Agriculture, a member from Dennery South, in our conversation, I said it was at 114. It went down to 104. And he knows the impact it's going to have on our farmers. Not only on bananas, but on all of our other ground provisions, because they get paid in pounds. The fact is that, Mr. Speaker, even from a tourism perspective, it's more expensive for British to come here, more expensive for the Canadians to come here. And the question is that this is something that's impacting everybody globally, Mr. Speaker. And that is what the people of St. Lucia need, is they need people not to remind them of what is taking place, but as a small island developing state, what's the solution? And this government has provided no solutions to the people of St. Lucia. They've simply passed on the burden of what's taking place directly to them and want to come to this house and hold up a bill and suggest that this shows a passionate government. So 14,000 people to save $14 million, that's $1,000 per person. In this guava season, that's a lot. But it's not enough. And there's more that can be done. But you have a government that does not, Mr. Speaker, vaccine money. Mr. Speaker, the deal is in the hands of the Prime Minister. If he cannot resolve it, my strongest suggestion to him, the gentleman owns land in St. Lucia, take back the land. The solution is there. So don't even keep on passing on what the burden is. You know you've been in contact with the gentleman. You know exactly what is going on. So and it's $3 million. $3 million is not going to resolve the problems we have here today. Stop trying to throw ruses and dust in people's eyes, Mr. Speaker. Because that's all this government is doing. Excuse after excuse after excuse. Accept the responsibility of being elected into government and to deal with what is taking place. Every single government has had to deal with crises. All of us. Not just you. And that doesn't give you an excuse for not performing. People in this country, Mr. Speaker, are suffering. Not only suffering financially, economically, and socially, but they are suffering from the greatest thing ever. They have no hope. They don't see any way of moving forward, Mr. Speaker. And the bill that we have come here today is a move in the right direction, Mr. Speaker, but in itself will not resolve the problem. Not even close to resolving the problem. Don't come and talk to me about Vieux Fort. The people in Vieux Fort were offered a way to progress, but there are people in this same house who do not want to see that progress, who want to see Vieux Fort stay in the state it was in. Why don't you go and get the airport done? Why don't you go and get St. Jude's finished? Why don't you get more investments taking place? Why don't you get more of the call centers to go into Vieux Fort? None of those things existed before 2016, Mr. Speaker. None of those things. But if you want to have a discussion, a debate on those issues, I'm happy to do that. But the reality is, stop pretending to be governing. You're not. All y'all are doing is providing excuses. Excuse after excuse after excuse. The people need your leadership now, Mr. Speaker. And exactly what the member from Choiseul said. There are good things in here, but there are some things to be concerned about. We only give it as good and constructive criticism. We support the bill, but the reality is, Mr. Speaker, it is not enough. I thank you.
The member for Castries South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to provide support for the bill before us in this honorable House. Mr. Speaker, I just listened to the member from Miku South, and for a moment I was getting worried about his sanity. Because, Mr. Speaker, he seemed to have forgotten that just a few months ago he was the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance and sat on this side, Mr. Speaker. And he's lecturing us today about how to solve economic problems. And I'm sure every member would remember in February of 2020, we were being told by the same member that St. Lucia was booming. Things were great in this country. That the Labour Party were prophets of doom and gloom. And then in March, COVID hit. And in April, we were bankrupt. Same member, Minister of Finance, who told us that this country was doing so well under his policies. 4.5 years into government and boasting of how well we were doing. And within 1 month, St. Lucia moved from being booming to the economy collapsing. And I wondered, Mr. Speaker, how does he process an understanding of economics and what's happening? And I've said before, I know some things about economics, but I will never pretend to be what I am not. And on a side, it is why I actually look forward, Mr. Speaker, I must tell you last week, for a photo of the Prime Minister to see which uniform he would have had on. Because I was wondering which school would he have associated himself with in St. Lucia. But that's on the lighter side, Mr. Speaker. But I also need to point out, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure you can remember it. The member from Vieux Fort South, in a budget a few years ago, presented on tax reform. The member never implemented what was presented in the budget statement. And I sat on the other side and listened to a budget presentation from the member from Miku South. And I'm sure the member from Vieux Fort South will also remember it. It was word for word exactly what the member from Vieux Fort South had presented. And then he was gloating that these were his original ideas of how he intended to reform the tax structure in this country. Sometimes public servants do write sections of speeches delivered by ministers and prime ministers. The exact wording. And the member from Vieux Fort South leaned across and he said to me, he can never implement that. Because he had been through it as the Minister of Finance. He knew the challenges. And then the member from Miku South end up presenting the same proposal, the exact same language, 3 pages of the exact work, plagiarism at its best. But remember, he had presented a speech that Linton had presented in Dominica, so it was not new to him. He looks like he. So, Mr. Speaker, but he's saying here today that those proposals here are not original, and as if he had intended to do so, and it was already in his manifesto. I can assure you what's presented here today is radically different from what was proposed when he presented his proposals. But Mr. Speaker, that is characteristic of the member for Mico South. And I want to go to some of the specifics of what the member for Castries is presented. But I cannot help, Mr. Speaker, responding to some of what the member from Mico South said. He is comparing the e-books with a laptop per child. And we've debated this in this house. The e-books was a colossal failure, Mr. Speaker. There it is, you presented a device to children, a device which was not worthy, it was not durable, and it was not value for money. But worse, Mr. Speaker, we had to pay a license every year in addition to purchasing it for access to content on it, millions of dollars. And then to find out that the content on the devices are not even the accredited books that he's boasting about. Those were not the CXC accredited books. So you bought the device. Each year you must pay a license to access content on it, the same books he's boasting about. And then to find out that the books are not even what is required for CXC, so you still have to go and buy the CXC books. But what madness is this? And you're taunting and boasting that this was so brilliant. And like the Minister of Education has said, you don't need to download the books on the laptops anymore. It takes up storage space. Instead, everything is in the cloud now. It's on a platform. All you need is access to it. Any child can access the books once they can go onto the cloud and they're on the platform and access it. You don't need to download it you don't need to download it anymore. But you cannot understand that. For him, there were books downloaded on each device. But they were the wrong books in the first place. And technology has moved on. But he is still caught up in the past. But I heard he said about timing, that the minister, the senior minister, Minister of Infrastructure, member for Castries North, and the member from Castries is the Prime Minister, did not know that there's a rainy season and their timing is so bad. If there's one thing I know the member for Castries North has, is timing. He knew the exact time to create a blue wave. And watch where it washed you on the other side into opposition. So they know about timing. They know about timing. And the sad thing is, when the rains came and the road started to be destroyed and deteriorate, we went to look in the lockbox that he created. When we finally found the key for the lockbox and we opened it, there was no money in there. Where is the money that you claim was being put in a lockbox to repair the roads of St. Lucia? When you challenge me, like you did earlier, these are the questions you must first answer. These are the questions. Why was the lockbox empty? Why was the vaccine money paid with no due diligence, no deposit, and up to now no receipt of vaccines? When you want to challenge me, I will not answer you until you come and account to the people of St. Lucia about Health City Cayman, about DSH.
The member has a point of order. What is the point of order?
The member is is misleading the House, Mr. Speaker.
What is the statement?
The member said that there was no due diligence, Mr. Speaker. That is a categorical false statement. The contract went through the AG's office. It was vetted and done all through the Ministry of Health. Don't say that. Say it was an unfortunate circumstance, but please don't make the innuendo or suggesting that there was no due diligence. That is a categorical lie, Mr. Speaker.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I don't know why the member has a penchant for embarrassing himself. We have the report. We have the report from the Director of Audit on the purchase of the vaccines. But Mr. Speaker, there is a time and place for everything. And this matter too shall be resolved at the right time. in the right circumstances. It's not for me to resolve this matter today, but I can tell you, your quick defense that you are not the one who signed, it's public servants that signed, will not exonerate you, but leave that for another time. Leave that for another time, Mr. Speaker. The member from Mico South is attempting to say that this bill and the changes are going to affect the most vulnerable people in St. Lucia. The most vulnerable.
Member for Castries South, I am not sure that's what he said.
That's not what he said?
That's not what he said.
Okay.
I think what he said was, while it would benefit those vulnerable, that there was an omission about who it would hurt.
Okay, and the omission of who it would hurt are some of the most vulnerable people in the country. No? The higher taxpayers. Sorry, I didn't hear you say the higher taxpayers. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm supporting this bill because the most vulnerable will benefit from it. The most vulnerable will benefit from it. It may not be the solution to all economic problems in this country. It is not a holistic economic recovery program, but this benefits the most vulnerable. By the simple fact that the personal limit rises from 18,000 to 25,000 means that so many more people will benefit from it. Automatically, Mr. Speaker. Automatically, Mr. Speaker. And I like the suggestion in this bill to allow persons to claim without limit for medical expenses if they can prove that it is in fact genuine and it's not for cosmetic purposes or whatnot. Because we know the state of our healthcare system. We know the expenses that are associated with some of the challenges people have now when it comes to the medical bills. And the fact that they can claim all of it without limit, I think, is a worthy concession, and we should applaud it, Mr. Speaker. I'm also very supportive of the fact that one can claim for student loans, Mr. Speaker. I was a student myself, and I know the challenges of going to higher education and the costs associated with it. And that if you are returning as a student, Mr. Speaker, you have not yet purchased a house, you're not yet able to claim all the other allowances on the list, at least, Mr. Speaker, you can exercise the limit of 30,000 a year. Because students just returning, they don't use all those other items on the list as yet. And there's a cap on you. I think it's 5,000 a year or something like that. There's a cap. And we know how much it costs these days for university education. Of course, later on, you will buy a house, and then you'll worry about mortgages. But when you just return, or if you take a loan to do an online degree, or any other professional certification, Mr. Speaker, you can qualify. And that, I think, is very progressive, and we must support it, Mr. Speaker. I heard the member from Strozel, Saltiba, speak almost as if persons might not want to have their backyard garden, they may not want to take their insurances anymore because they cannot claim the allowances for it. That's not exactly true. That's not exactly true. Because you still have the option up to the existing cap, but you may choose to do otherwise based on what you think might be, the most, beneficial to you. But I also want to share some statistics with you, Mr. Speaker, because it will illustrate exactly who was benefiting from some of those allowances, Mr. Speaker. The deduction of 25,000 to 30,000, the allowances, that range, only 696 persons benefited from it. Only 696 persons would have claimed allowances between 25,000 to 30,000. And above 30,000, 1,024. 1,024 above 30,000. So it tells you the percentage of persons who really might be limited because their allowances went way beyond, or even slightly beyond 40,000, is only 1,000, just about 1,000 filers. And these are the people, when you look at further statistics, the salaries. For those whose average allowance claim was about 25,000, they were earning salaries of more than $100,000 a year, which is about 8,500 a month. For those claiming above 40,000 allowances, they presumably was earning more than $10,000 a month. So think about it. The people that are really going to have some sufferance from this disadvantage, a very small group, are those that are the highest earners in this country. And 14,000 people will now benefit from it. And you have to ask the question, do you keep a tax structure in place that would put better off, if there's such a description, of 14,000 people to make sure about 1,000 persons retain their benefits? Because that's in effect is what happening. I don't know if you want me to explain to you differently. If you, yeah. No, I did. The Minister of Finance, the Member of Concessions will answer that. The point I am making, there are about 1,000 persons whose allowances are beyond the 40,000 cap. So, Mr. Speaker, 14,000 people will be better off. 14,000 people will be better off. And I think that alone, Mr. Speaker, justifies why this should be supported, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, sometimes it's difficult for anyone to be told that you have to pay more taxes. No one wants to pay more taxes, truth be told. But we live in a society where if you are a higher income earner, you have to accept you will pay more than somebody who earns less, proportionately. You have to accept that, Mr. Speaker. You cannot be among the highest earners in the country, $15,000, $20,000, $25,000 a month, and believe somebody who is earning $2,000 a month should pay the same amount of taxes with you. It doesn't work that way. Our society has to be preoccupied with the plight of the vulnerable and the marginalized and the disadvantaged. We must be. We must always be a caring society. We must always be a caring society. I know. And you know, I heard the member of Microsoft said, we should not cut, well, he didn't say we should not cut the taxes, but as if that's not what we have to do for people, we have to create jobs for them. Mr. Speaker, we need to create jobs. We have to create jobs, Mr. Speaker. Every single government is aware that they need to create jobs, Mr. Speaker. And we must always focus on that. But, Mr. Speaker, we cannot use the excuse that we are creating jobs to be reckless in giving benefit to a select few people who are friends of ours, Mr. Speaker. And I don't want to revisit some of the investment decisions that were taken by the last government. The DSH, for example, Mr. Speaker. And you know why he's very happy? He's very happy because he knows the tangle that he has put this country in and the challenges we have now to have to deal with the consequences of the supplementary agreements that he signed. And Mr. Speaker, the day that issue is resolved and the people of St. Lucia understand the gross injustice that he did to St. Lucia, I promise you, St. Lucians will never ever forgive him. Never ever forgive him. There's another development in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, and we can go down the line, Mr. Speaker, of the bad investment decisions that were taken by the former Prime Minister. Where are the jobs that were created? Show us the jobs. We were told for every horse, 5 St. Lucians would be employed. 5 St. Lucians would be employed. We were told that DSH would solve the unemployment situation in St. Lucia. There'd be so many jobs created in Vieux Fort. Beaufort would no longer be a ghetto as he described it, but a Pearl of the Caribbean. Well, I won't defend Beaufort. I think Beaufort have some very ardent and strong defenders, that can defend them. That is what he sold to us, because in his minds, he's using the fact that we need to create jobs, we need to ensure our people are working, and he's siphoning away all the interests of this country, Mr. Speaker. So we need to focus on jobs, and we will focus on jobs. We will focus on jobs, Mr. Speaker. And as the Minister of Finance from Castries, he said, this is another step in the long list of things we are going to do to ensure that we put the people first and we create a better St. Lucia for them. Because it's always better with labor, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to end by saying, Mr. Speaker, that I hope we have further reform of the tax structures. Personally, I believe, that we should not have income tax. That's my personal belief. I believe you should pay tax according to what you consume and the activities you engage in. I believe in that, Mr. Speaker. I honestly believe in that. Except for persons who are the real exceptional high earners. So most people should be given their monies, and they decide how they spend their monies, and on the basis of that, they pay their taxes, which is why I support a VAT, because I believe a VAT fairly applied is the best, Mr. Speaker. And of course, you do have the most vulnerable that you always have to provide the subsidies for. So let me end by expressing my support, Mr. Speaker, for the bill before us, and to say to the member from Castries is, this is a fantastic progressive move in the direction that we want to go, to empower our people to have more disposable income in their hands so they can spend it for their betterment. Thank you very much.
The member for Castries North.
Mr. Speaker, they will run, but they just start running. They won't be able to hide because this government will find them no matter where they go to. Mr. Speaker, I must add my voice to what I believe is a commendable amendment to the legislation to provide to our people an opportunity to continue to participate in the development of this country and at the same time to benefit from the output of this nation of ours. It also shows, Mr. Speaker, for those of us who are on the campaign trail in 2021 on this side, who stood for the people and for country, and who said people first, that we continue to focus on the objective and the policy of attending to the affairs of the people of this country. The thing about it, Mr. Speaker, is that while politicians may make promises and don't keep them, some deliberately, some accidentally, and some blatantly lying, there are those who can stand up as mature gentlemen and say, I promise this, I am not able to give it now, but here's what I can do. And that is the nature of this government, Mr. Speaker. Not one that speaks the language that they believe the people would love to hear and buy into, but a government that is sincere, a government that is honest, and a government that will stand up and speak the truth when the truth is required. We are not strangers to the truth. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I wish to quote from the budget address dated 26 April 2022, empowering our people, transforming our economy. And this is what the Minister for Finance, Prime Minister, had to say. He said, Mr. Speaker, on tax reform that is, Mr. Speaker, you may recall that the St. Lucia Labour Party promised to waive the payment of income tax for workers earning up to $4,000 a month or $48,000 annually. He went on further to say, Mr. Speaker, having reviewed the fiscal situation and the likelihood of higher interest rates occasioned by changes in the global economic environment brought about by the Ukraine war, my government has decided to defer the full implementation of this waiver of income tax. That is an honest, sincere man speaking. He said, I made a promise. Yes, indeed, I made a promise. But here's what has happened since I made the promise. The environment has changed. The Ukraine war, the issues of COVID, etc. And here's what I can do. And he goes on to say, as an incremental step towards fulfilling this promise, my government has decided that effective January 1, 2023, persons earning up to $2,083 monthly or $25,000 annually will pay no income tax. This will include public servants in grades 1 to 5. Mr. Speaker, the truth, the reality, the honesty of a Prime Minister and a government who has stuck to the promise and has said, we cannot do as we said we would have done in the first instance, here's what we can do. But Mr. Speaker, having said this, and it has been repeated throughout, 14,000 persons, 14,000 people stand to benefit by this decision we are taking here today. 14,000 individuals who earn $2,083 and under can now say, I will get my full packet. I'll get my full pay packet to spend. And it means more and more money in circulation. And the Deputy Prime Minister said, 14,000 stand to benefit, and over 658 will be worse off. But who are those who will be worse off? It's people like ourselves, I suppose, as parliamentarians. And what did we come into Parliament to do? Did we come into Parliament to fill our pockets? Or did we come to serve the people of this country and to make sacrifices on their behalf? And so we're prepared to do it. And I'm sure the other 658, whether businessmen or otherwise, I'm sure they too will be prepared to make that contribution to ensure that 14,000 St. Lucians are benefiting from a decision of the government of this country. These are the things, Mr. Speaker, we need to look at. So when you come here posturing and attempting to lecture and at the same time ridiculing your own self by laughing, what are you doing? Come seriously. You're in and out of the country. You're not too sure where you're heading to because the fire is being lit and soon you'll be roasted. And you come here to lecture to this government, which has demonstrated it's a serious government. Serious government. I mean, I heard some statements being made today, and again ridiculing the Prime Minister and the Minister for Infrastructure, who happens to be Stephenson King, and to say that the Prime Minister and Senior Minister didn't know there was a rainy season. I want him to tell me what is the rainfall count for this year as opposed to 2016 when he came in. When he came in and blamed the former administration the same way in 2016, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, you know, one of the roads which have been heavily criticized in the recent past, what we now call the Sir Julian Hunt Highway. In 2016, Mr. Speaker, when the government of which I was part of, which he led, got into office, a loan from the Kuwait government and the OFID was approved with a grant component to reconstruct that road from the Shock Bridge to Grosley as a 4-lane highway. Even before giving it consideration, I was told, we're not doing this. It will have negative impact on the debt ratio of the country. You hearing me? In 2016, there were also agricultural roads involved in this. And tertiary roads also involved, not tertiary, secondary roads involved in it. Loan was approved, grant approved at a ridiculous percentage rate of 4%. All that was there waiting to happen. And the very smart guy, the guy who believes he's very smart, said, we're not going to go down that road about the project. If he had taken up the opportunity in 2016, the Shock to Grosley Highway would not have been in the condition that it is today. But Mr. Speaker, this government has been able to earn its respect. And this Prime Minister has been able to go back to them, even though they were hesitant, because of the treatment they were given by the then Minister of Tutbagai, was able to speak to the Kuwaitis, and sooner than later we will have approval to continue that program. So, Mr. Speaker, not only will the road be reconstructed from Grosley, from Shock to Grosley, but the bypass roads, what we call the back roads, more or less secondary roads, those roads will be looked at so as to allow for greater mobility in the country. But we're speaking of money, Mr. Speaker, and spending, even though this is not what we came here for. We came here today, Mr. Speaker, to pass a critical amendment to the legislation, to bring relief to those who need it most, and to give an opportunity for others to invest in the economy. But since they opened the door, let's go down. So on that same Castries-Grosley Highway, Mr. Speaker, and I'm hoping someday we'll have a debate on it, $15 million on a project at Rodney Bay with just conceptual drawings, no engineering drawings, nothing at all, to do and to redesign a portion of the road that will probably make absolutely no difference to the flow of traffic from south to north or north to south. $15 million. Special project office opened or established by a man who is not an engineer. And you tell me you're responsible? That's how you want to spend the people's money. Mr. Speaker, speaking of what I call lavish and reckless spending, the expenditure of $7 million on vaccines. I heard the member for Miku South attempting to ridicule, saying that you're dealing with the gentleman now. By the way, it's only $3 million. By the way, it's only $3 million. That's how you treat it? $3 million? You know what $3 million can do for my people in Castries North? And to SSDF, if we give it to SSDF to help, $3 million US, yes. And SSDF to take care of the poor people? $3 million. And you claim that you did your due diligence, but in defense you're saying, I did the due diligence, but I wasn't too sure whether the gentleman who I dealt with was the owner or the general manager of the company. So what kind of due diligence you did? $7 million of taxpayers' money in a time that the country needed it most. You send it over to Barbados, and to date, we cannot have it to fix the roads that you're all over social media talking about. Mr. Speaker, this whole DSH thing is really for another show. It's really for another show. Because we talk about horses and courses and hospital and all of this sort of thing. But again, reckless spending. A road, what we know as the Larissus Road, Mr. Speaker, was redirected to facilitate a horse race track that could have only held one horse race, only one, at the cost of $15 million to the people of this country, just to redirect that road. And we were told in the beginning that the developer would have paid for the road. It would have been $15 million, and the developer would have paid for it. Member for Choiseul, go into your estimates under the Ministry of Infrastructure and look to see where that money is placed. It is for the people of this country to pay for it. That's the reckless. Had we had that $15 million, Mr. Speaker, if we didn't have that burden, we'd have been able to fix roads in Choiseul and in Micoud South and throughout the country. But $15 million to facilitate T.Y. King for his horse race and his Sky in the Pie, Pearl of the Caribbean, and all of this nonsense. Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure the Minister for Tourism can do better on this one than I do. A project which was in the making, a tourism project, Range. That project, Mr. Speaker, on the verge of taking off in 2016, on the verge of taking off, they came in and thought they were gurus, and they can change things around and all kinds of things and remodel, etc., and found themselves in a situation where it cost the people of St. Lucia $20 million for having reneged on the commitment and the agreement which was signed by the government. Who responsible Prime Minister gets himself into such problems? Who responsible Prime Minister takes such reckless decisions? Which responsible Prime Minister? Mr. Speaker, again, speaking of opportunities lost, in 2016, I, as Minister for Infrastructure, came in on a street lighting project valued at $10 million to retrofit 21,500 street lights. Aborted under the guise that, well, you know, and the CDB was giving us the money, Mr. Speaker, approved already, waiting to be signed, simply signed. $10 million to retrofit, meaning to change all of the lights in the country of 21,500 street lights, Mr. Speaker. It was aborted. We were told not to go with this. And the street lights we're talking about are energy-saving street lights, LED, to save us that money so that we can now put that money into social services and other services for the people of this country. They aborted it. Then you heard all sorts of things about PAJOA and REJOA and all these sort of things. We ended up with KLED. To date, Mr. Speaker, because of the commerce, because of the maneuverings, machinations, and all these sort of things, to date, the country is going darker and darker every day, every night, because they fail to see the benefit of the project that was left behind for implementation. And you want to come here today and talk like you're some guru, that you're master of all? Mr. Speaker, but we'll fix it. We'll fix it. And we're on the verge of getting this done to bring some light to this country and to right the wrong that needed resistance from the people of this country on the 26th of July, 2021. And I am hearing again, Mr. Speaker, and I'm responding, because you didn't stop him, Mr. Speaker, so I'm responding when he spoke about healthcare in reverse. What healthcare in reverse? Which one? Mr. Speaker, in 2016, let me go back further, and there'll be a debate on this anyway. In 2010 rather, after the St. Jude Hospital fire, I started the redevelopment of the St. Jude Hospital. We lost the election. The parliamentary representative for Viewfort South, Dr. Kenny Anthony, continued the project with the same contractor we left behind. Later on, it was changed. The project continued. We came and inherited it, and you aborted it for 3 years. 3 years. Just stop trying to find ways and means of justifying your action of stopping the project. Saying a gurney can't pass through a corridor, but who said a gurney goes through every corridor in a hospital anyway? But Mr. Speaker, what is most interesting? What is most interesting in that, and when we get the report we'll see, there's some aspects there which went on. For example, the foundation of what some call the box, some call it the car park, the foundation of that building was estimated at $3 million.
By Ministry of Infrastructure.
By Ministry of Infrastructure. $3 million. $3 million. Of course, they needed to put the experts on it. They needed to put the experts on it, Mr. Speaker. So, yes. So they went in and they said, boy, the foundation is not good. There are tree trunks in the foundation, so now they need sand. Got permit to go and denude the beach in Labrie and those places. In the process, damaged the road to St. Jude Hospital, and at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, a sum of $9 million for the foundation of St. Jude Hospital, for the box. So when you're speaking about health in reverse, and you think of all of those atrocities that these guys committed, and it pained me, I was bleeding, Mr. Speaker, bleeding. And you come here as if forgetting you were in office a few months ago, and that you're righteous, you're a saint, that you're a professor, you can lecture to me and the rest inside here, Mr. Speaker. Take a step back. Take a step back and ask yourself a question. Why are you sitting there? Why are you sitting there? Healthcare in reverse. But healthcare in reverse, Mr. Speaker, and I think the Minister for Health will be able to deal with some of those issues. Okay, EU, again, when the government got in 2016, there was a transition team in place to transition from Victoria into the OKEU to ensure seamless transition from one infrastructure to the next, from one system to the next, from one administration to the next. And what happened, Mr. Speaker? Dismantled. The transition team was dismantled. And they played around and played around and played around with OKEU for virtually 5 years, Mr. Speaker. For 5 years, the people are asking to get back to get their hospital. 5 years. And you know what drove them out of Victoria? COVID. COVID drove them out of Victoria, Mr. Speaker, because there was a desperate need to find shelter for the sick people of this country. And we ended up with a group called Health City. I'll not go down the road on this one, leave this one alone for now. So, Mr. Speaker, and we speak of the people who we have committed ourselves to putting people first. But another one, Mr. Speaker, which pained me, was when we got into office, Mr. Speaker. Not this time around, when I was part of this group on this side there. In 2016, there was a program called NICE. There was a program called NICE engaging, well, I don't believe it's hundreds, they must have had about 1,000 plus in that program, if not more. 1,000 plus young people, Mr. Speaker. National initiative for what? Creating employment. 1,000 plus people engaged at different levels. You know, I remember going to the Methodist school, and the principal at the Methodist school, after they crashed the program, saying, Mr. Minister, we need to have this lady here. She's such great help. She provides the secretarial duties. We don't have it. The program, Mr. Speaker, was a program of need, of necessity, of relevance, because it provided a service that teachers could not provide for themselves. It provided a service that the health sector needed to support their services. It provided services for the elderly, the caregivers. Crashed the program, and then decided that they're going into something better called the Ojo Labs. We thank Ojo, they're here. There are a number of St. Lucians who are getting jobs. But you don't break up something for political reasons and then want to accuse this administration of stopping projects. Mr. Speaker, what I've found out about this government that I'm comfortable about is that it's the due diligence that we take in whatever we do. So we came and we met a road that was being built at Rodney Bay. Something smelled bad. Due diligence. Let us look at it. If it is good, let's proceed. St. Jude, let us look at it. And I'm sure the Prime Minister at some stage will confirm his statements of the recommencement of the work at St. Jude Hospital. Okay? So these are some of the things, the atrocities, I must say, which has created the situation, some of the situation that we are in. The fact that so much was done, so much was not done, that could have been done, that would have helped us in this situation. But I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very comfortable in a government that cares, a government of compassion, a government that will not victimize, a government that will put people first and work in their interests in this country. Mr. Speaker, I support this amendment to the Income Tax Act at this time. Thank you.
The member for Vieux-Fort North. Will you defer to the member for Vieux-Fort South? Okay. Member for Vieux-Fort South.
To be clear. Anyhow, Mr. Speaker, I'll speak. No, my light is on.
Yes, but I called you on
Thank you,
Vieux-Fort
Mr.
South.
Speaker. Thank you, then. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I had mixed feelings about a contribution today. But since, of course, the member for Migus South has mentioned Vieux-Fort South, Mr. Speaker, then that has aroused my passions, and I find it very difficult to resist the temptation to speak. I have warned everybody in this house, be careful how you tread with Vieux-Fort South, because, you see, in me in this term, you will find a parliamentarian who is resolute in his defense and protection of his constituency and the people of the Ward South. That is why, Mr. Speaker, when Black Heart decided they're not going to have football in my constituency, I made my position absolutely clear that it was an injustice to the people of the Ward South. Especially, you see, Mr. Speaker, because of the investments the people of the Ward South have made over the years to the benefit of Black Heart. That being said, Mr. Speaker, I want to reflect a little bit on the legislation before I return to my theme of the Ward South and injustices that were created and visited the people of the Ward South over the last couple of years. Mr. Speaker, there are so many tragedies in our politics and in our country, so many disappointments of how we handle issues. Taxation is one, just like crime, Mr. Speaker. And what has happened is that we have weaponized issues of taxation in this country for years. But you know what happens when you do that? When you weaponize issues like taxation, then the measures that you really need to take to put the country on a safe path, in good standing, you can't do it. You are stymied. You are prevented from doing that. And you know what? The result is that you are now on the back burner while everybody else, every other island has moved ahead, and you are there on the back burner. That's the tragedy of those things, Mr. Speaker. The truth of the matter is, as much as the legislation before us is needed, and I will speak to that in a few more minutes in greater detail, we are 20 years too late. Why 20 years too late, Mr. Speaker? All the other countries in the Caribbean have reformed their personal income tax regime, some of them by force, because they had to undergo substantial adjustment by the International Monetary Fund. Jamaica, Dominica, Barbados, Grenada, you name them, Antigua, all of them have had to undergo major reforms to their personal income tax regime. But with us, we are postponed and postponed and postponed and postponed. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is this, and I fully understand the position of the government that it can only engage in benign reforms at this stage, because really what is before us is very benign. The reality is that you could do no more in these times than the government is doing, because the revenue generating infrastructure of the state has severe limitations and has been compromised. And when I heard a member from Miku South expatiating and lecturing the government about leadership and what it must do and not do, one of the greatest tragedies, a travesty to this country, was a reduction of value-added tax from 15% to 12.5%. This country suffered a blow to revenue generation in one felt swoop that it has never experienced before, losing over $55 million a year.
66.
And now I'm being told it's 67 million, but they came to the House and said 55 million. And do you know what it's cost us, Mr. Speaker? It has stymied the possibility of health care reform. That's what it has cost us. And if there is deterioration in expenditure for government services, whether it is in our hospitals or in our schools, then it has, Mr. Speaker, to do with the fact that the revenue generating capacities of this country has been compromised by the stupidity of supply side economics, which the honourable member did not even quite understand. And we are paying a price for it because we don't understand
We have a very small economy with a very narrow base from which we can generate revenue, and you can't apply supply-side economics to this kind of economy with its very narrow geographical and economic space. But you know what? We postpone and we pay a price. And that is what is happening in our country. So today, all the other islands can gloat. They have made adjustments. At one time, St. Lucia was regarded as the jewel of the Eastern Caribbean. We don't hear that anymore. But why we have compromised our place in the history of our region? Because of the nature of the decisions that has been taken in the past. And of course, there's no question that the events of the last 5 years, we are paying a price for the decisions that were taken. And you've heard the member for Castries North, eloquent. And I know he's just touching the tip of the iceberg, Mr. Speaker. I'm not like him, seized of all the information. I am not seized of the information that he has, because he's had a very unusual experience. But Mr. Speaker, these are hard, cold truths that we must face. Mr. Speaker, there have been repeated attempts at dealing with this issue of personal income tax in this country. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, some of that experience was shared by me in a different life, in a different period. Somewhere in 2002, 2003, we attempted to have far-reaching and dramatic reform to the income tax regime in this country. And mark my words, we have to revisit what we now have, even with these amendments to this income tax regime, and we have to do it sooner than later, because it has become irrelevant, it has become unworkable, and it really needs to be discarded. That's the reality. And all we are doing is postponing the inevitable. But leave it there. That attempt to reform the taxation system was, at the time, compromised by persons even within the then ruling government, who linked up with the private sector in this country to not even allow for a discussion and a debate as to what a modern personal income tax regime should look like. And fair grip the then government that I led, Mr. Speaker, and we retreated. Made a strategic retreat. The result, Mr. Speaker, was that St. Lucia had to continue with its archaic personal income tax regime until much later. Now, Mr. Speaker, we tinkered with the income tax regime from time to time, and normally we did so whenever circumstances seemed to have justified it, allow for certain deductions to be made to the legislation. For example, reference was made by the member for Castries East and others about investment in backyard gardens, etc., investment in road repairs, etc. Then I remember the deductions for students. This was done by the former Labour government that I led. The saving system that was introduced so that persons could save and then claim deductions again. These were initiatives by the former government that I led. So all of these things were there. But sometimes, as I've said, we don't like to be reminded of what has happened in the past. But these are the realities. So they ought to be behind those changes. But a member for Castries South is absolutely correct that the member for Micoud South in his previous life as Minister for Finance had in fact in a budget address introduced proposals to reform the taxation system. And he's absolutely correct, Mr. Speaker, that when I got hold of the proposals which I had made as Minister of Finance in 2015 for the reform of the regime, his proposals were in effect a replica of almost exactly what was proposed by the former Minister of Finance in 2015. And it was the worst case of parliamentary plagiarism I've ever seen in my life. Never before had the words of a now opposition member in a former life been quoted so verbatim in a parliament. Never before. I don't think that has ever happened. Because normally what you do as a Minister of Finance, or I guess as any other minister, is that if you are going to quote, Mr. Speaker, from a former, or make use of ideas of a former parliamentarian, what you do is that you clothe it so nicely and so differently that there's no whiff of a smell, no pleasure. But this Minister of Finance had no such compunction, no such difficulty. He stole my ideas and presented to the House as his. And when I drew this to the attention of honorable members, not even the member for Swazelle spoke in disdain. Mr. Speaker, you don't do these things. In fact, I did whisper to the member for Castries South at the time, not only will those proposals not be acted upon because he lacked the will and the courage. He didn't have the courage. He didn't have the will and the courage, you know. And mind you, it was Ernest & Young who told him to do that, you know, because if you look at the Ernest & Young proposals that were published after the members' first budget in 2017, they openly said that's what they were recommending to the government solution. And far more reaching changes than these benign changes presented by the current Minister of Finance. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me say this, and I'm saying this to those who feel that every time I stand up, Mr. Speaker, and make comments that I have issues and the rest of it. I tell you this, Mr. Speaker, I'm no hypocrite, you know. There are things I believe as a parliamentarian, and I will not resile from what I believe is the best policy. Now, mind you, Mr. Speaker, I have absolutely no problems with policy adjustments, you know. I have no issue. Times change. Realities change. And what you are proposing in one season is not necessarily what you want to propose in a different season because the times have changed. And Mr. Speaker, I don't know of his age that is slowly creeping up and as rapidly as it is, because every morning I get up, I say to myself, Lord my God, it's another day again. How that reach so fast? I don't know, Mr. Speaker. But what I can say is that the pressure and the demand for changes in the last 5 years have been so intense and so sharp that we now have to get accustomed to a life where we have to make adjustments far more quickly than we did in the previous cycle of years. So it's quite possible for a government in 2021 to say, this is what we're going to do, but suddenly find in 2023, look, we have to make adjustments in that direction because the circumstances have changed. The problem is you must have the courage to say that you are making the change and be honest. That you are making the change. That's the issue. Be honest with people and say to them that you are making the change because circumstances tell you you have to make the adjustment. You know, we can't remain in a life of absolutes and believe that adjustments are not fundamental and not necessary. Every member for Castries East, in his capacity as Minister of Finance, having surveyed this economy, realizes that he cannot deliver all at once what he proposed or what he decided he would deliver. Then, of course, the reality is you say, well, I can do so much now with the promise that the rest will come. What fault? How can you fault anybody for that? How can you fault anybody for that? And yes, Mr. Speaker, I will welcome the day we have a debate, a full debate, maybe next budget on this economy and what was inherited. Because I'll tell you something. I left this economy, they can say what they want. I left this economy in 2016 in very good health. absolutely good health, and they had something to build on. Never before has any Minister of Finance anywhere reduced the deficit of 9 to 10% of GDP down to 4.5. Never. Never. Or 3%, and I challenge any one of them on this side, anybody, to show me in the history of this country which Minister of Finance has done it. And they write their nonsense all over social media about how they found the economy, what state of the economy they found. And if you find I'm passionate about these things, Mr. Speaker, because you see, I've kept my silence a long time about a lot of things. But be prepared that this silence will gradually be cast aside, and I'm going to say the things I have to say. And that's one of them, Mr. Speaker, you see? That is one. So they found an economy. What is this nonsense they're parroting about decline of unemployment? They brought it down from 24 to 25%. But I leave that for somebody else to mention. Now, Mr. Speaker, as I said, these proposals are not far removed, Mr. Speaker, from proposals made in 2015. And I'm going to repeat, Mr. Speaker, some of the key elements of that 2015 proposals to perhaps reinforce my point that these changes are rather benign as far as I'm concerned. And don't misunderstand my saying it is benign. Of course I support the bill, Mr. Speaker. Anything that will improve the lot of the working people of this country, the poor people of this country, to find my support. That's my history, Mr. Speaker. That's why they call me all kind of names, but that's my history. The proposal then, Mr. Speaker, was to increase the personal allowance from $18,000 to $25,000. By increasing the personal allowance by $7,000, some 2,705 taxpayers will no longer be required to file a return and will pay no income tax. 2. And let me say, Mr. Speaker, that when the Labour government got into office in 1997, the deduction, Mr. Speaker, the personal allowance was just about $10,000. And it was always the Labour government that increased the threshold, Mr. Speaker, always. I think you may have done it slightly once, but you were very timid as well. Very timid. 2. Amend the tax bands and establish only 2 bands with the following rates. Chargeable income of up to $30,000, 15%. Chargeable income of $30,001 above, 25%. Limit the number of existing deductions to 4 priority areas: medical deduction, future benefits, defined as life insurance, education benefit, mortgage interest, and property tax payments. Limit the aggregate of all the deductions that can be claimed to a maximum of $25,000. Taxpayers are free to claim a value of deductions up to the overall cap of $25,000 in any or all of the 4 priority areas identified. This, Mr. Speaker, would have been a far more radical adjustment than what is before the House. What is before the House is benign. It's very generous, Mr. Speaker. It's really very tinkering. I, for one, certainly, Mr. Speaker, would much have preferred if we had reduced the tax bands to 2 tax bands. That has always been my position. I would have preferred that instead of maintaining 3 tax bands, because we need to simplify. We need to simplify it. And yes, it is certainly the case that higher-end taxpayers will pay a little more. But of course, I mean, come on. Some of the salaries that I have been spoken about and being dwelled in, even most of these people, you know what to do? They benefit more from the tax regime than the poor people, you know, than the working people, the civil servants and so on, and the policemen. Because they can make all the deductions, they can claim all the deductions. And that has been the problem. We have structural inequity in our tax system, but we don't want to face it. There are people in the tax system who are benefiting disproportionately. That's the reality we have, and what we have done is to maintain that structural inequality in the tax system, the structural inequity in the tax system. That's what we are doing, Mr. Speaker. But, as I said, the Minister of Finance has to make a judgment. how far can you go in these challenging times? And it is absolutely the correct fiscal policy in at this time to try to energize public expenditure. But you know, the key to that is this: if you're going to energize expenditure, disposable income, if you're going to do that, you have to hope that the money that is being released is going to be used in consumption. And that, I think, is a point being made by the member for Castries South, because his argument, of course, is this: that consumption via the value-added tax regime is the way to go. And I'm going to touch on that, Mr. Speaker. So you have to hope that happens, because if you see all of that money that is being eased off is going to be given to Flo and to Lucia, then you never get anywhere, you know, because there are a lot of St. Lucians, hundreds of St. Lucians who are having great difficulty meeting their bills, their Lucia bills coming out of COVID, because Lucia is now tightening the screws. And I can tell you, because I go down to my constituency, Mr. Speaker, and the demands that are being made on me to deal with electricity bills, I can't cope no more, Mr. Speaker. I don't have the income. So that is the logic. But philosophically, Mr. Speaker, it was always the intention that once we had moved in the direction of value-added tax, that concomitant changes will have been made to the personal income tax regime and emancipate taxpayers and shift them to indirect taxation via consumption. And this is where I agree with the member for Castries South, that let people pay tax in accordance with how they are consuming. If you have to go and buy the best price wines, then pay for it via value-added tax. But you know what we have done? What we have done is to maintain the structural inequity, the structural imbalances in the tax regime. And so, Mr. Speaker, if I say to you I would have preferred a tax regime of two bands, because it was moving me in that direction of relying on consumption as a means of recouping lost revenue. That was the intention. That was the objective. That was the purpose. But you know what happens? We weaponize. And all day long you hear about who taxed more, who don't tax more. You know, Mr. Speaker, they accuse me of being the finance minister who it's up to this day, who like taxation. But I never, Mr. Speaker, go and tax people who producing charcoal, though. Never did that, Mr. Speaker. Never go and tax people who used to produce charcoal, Mr. Speaker. And yes, they can say that how I gave with the right hand, I took with the left and gave with whatever they can say, regardless of what combination. But there's been no Minister of Finance in this country who has been as imaginative and innovative as a gentleman by the name of Kenny Anthony, representing Reward South. Because everything you see coming to this house, Mr. Speaker, everything resonates, Mr. Speaker, with initiatives taken by that former member. Everything. There are some, of course, I want to disassociate myself with, Mr. Speaker. And you know, I haven't had my say fully yet on this so-called issues like Rochamel and the rest of it. Rochamel, all for that matter, you know, the usual issues. I haven't had my say. But you know, Mr. Speaker, because I heard it, I heard when a member for Castries South, and then of course, to some extent, the member for Migu South invited it. When the government that I led had to settle as part of an agreement with a hotel, the so-called Rochamel Hotel, to pay $14 million to save St. Lucian jobs. Remember, I was excoriated, Mr. Speaker. I haven't used that word for a long time. They say I like it, but I haven't used it for a long time, Mr. Speaker. So I hope it doesn't cause you difficulty. You're hearing it again, Mr. Speaker, but you haven't heard it a long time. But that money was used to save jobs, Mr. Speaker. And then this former government, led by the member for Miku South, has the temerity to come to the people of St. Lucia and say to the people of St. Lucia that he going to spend $7.5 million for vaccines he can't deliver, and the people of St. Lucia cannot see the injustice. They don't understand. They don't understand the comparison between using $14.5 million to save jobs, their own jobs in a hotel, and then at least they could have seen it, but up to now they can't find $7.5 million or $3 million or $4 million, understand? And then you have this foolishness of range, going to pay $15 million for a contract that you breach. And there's so many other contracts that have been breached. I don't know what this government is waiting for to make the information public. This Bahia Mall is under construction up at Bois d'Orange. How much was it sold to the developers? How much money has been lost? And we keep quiet and pretend that those things don't exist. Mr. Speaker, I say this to all members, be careful how you interfere before South. Just be careful. You know, the member for Castries North, Mr. Speaker, has already given you details of what occurred with DSH, and I know the member for Castries East has promised a full debate on DSH at the appropriate time. But you see, when the member for Miku South stands up and says that DSH, even with regard to the construction of the horse racing track, etc., did not cost taxpayers any money. The member for Castries North has pointed out that a road was built that was unnecessary. $15 million. Who's bearing the burden? That road wasn't built for the users of Beaufort South or the people of Larry Shoes. The road was built to benefit DSH because they had to reroute the road, or whatever how you pronounce it. It was done for the benefit of DSH. But nobody is talking about the livelihoods that DSH has destroyed in my constituency. Mr. Speaker, to this day, cattle farmers have lost their livelihoods because of DSH. I was compelled to sue Invested Lucia and C.O. Williams on their behalf. It is true that we are in discussions for an agreement so that the cattle farmers can be compensated. What has happened is that cattle farming has virtually become extinct in Beaufort South. Beaufort South was the main supplier of beef, fresh beef to this country. Where do you think the farmers from Mark used to go and buy their cattle? Don't Beaufort they used to go? Because we supplied it. And you think the people of Beaufort, have they got any compensation for it, Mr. Speaker? On top of that, Invested Lucia refuses to see reason and squabbling over things they should never be squabbling about. And you know, Mr. Speaker, you're talking of farmers who are not as useful as a member for Swazel or a member for Castries Southeast or Denry South or even for Migu. You're talking of people in their 70s and in their 80s. They have nowhere to go now. And you know what an issue with Invested Lucia remains? Spending a little money to get the remaining farmers to have some measly little fence to protect the few little heads of cattle they have left. Invested Lucia is quarreling about that, Mr. Speaker. You think these are things You know, Mr. Speaker, you think these are things that we ought not to be concerned about? So when you come in this house and talking about how nothing was done for the benefit of the SH, ask how much did you destroy for the benefit of the SH? You attempted to sell my constituency for $1 an acre. How dare you tell me you don't destroy them?
Yes.
My constituents have been asked to pay for land at $10, $12, $14
per square foot.
per square foot by invested Lucia. And you are telling me that you're going to sell the land around there for $1? Lease it for $1? And you want to come and evaluate what you have done? I don't know, the member for Castries South says, and he's the minister, he has the documentation, he's in charge of it, that he is concerned about the supplementary agreements and so on. I mean, he's right to be concerned about the supplementary agreements. I know the member for Sozel did not see all the supplementary agreements. I know that for a fact.
Brad, where were you? Brad.
I know that for a fact. He did not see that.
I told you.
And you know, Mr. Speaker.
I told you stay home. You didn't stay home.
Mr. Speaker. Let me tell you something, Mr. Speaker. I often reflect on the things I heard when I served this country as their Prime Minister and leader and Minister of Finance. I often reflect on it. One of the things that was said by my detractors, whether in the media and otherwise, even among Kenny Anthony would do things and he never used to tell us he'd do it. You know, Speaker. Of course, there were certain matters, Mr. Speaker, that was in a very special domain, and for the security and benefits of the state had to be specially protected. Of course. And every Prime Minister will know that. And those who didn't know then, I'm sure in recent years they have come to know and understand that. But you know, it is so funny that here I am accused of these things, and then the former Prime Minister, the member for Migu South, goes and signs a DSH agreement behind the backs of his own ministers and his own cabinet. And you're accusing me? Mr. Speaker, do you see the wisdom of that? Life is full of ironies. Life is so full of ironies. And you know, ordinary St. Lucians often tell you about something called karma. It comes and haunts you. It comes and haunts you, Mr. Speaker. When you do wrong, you do injustice, you pay a price for it. It will eventually catch up with you, Mr. Speaker. And if you see sometimes I prefer to occupy the moral high ground, it's because I believe, Mr. Speaker, that you will eventually pay a price. You see, I'm a child of God, Mr. Speaker. Whatever you do to me, whatever injustice you do to me, whatever pain you inflict on me, you pay a price for it because I'm a child of God, Mr. Speaker. No matter what they tell you about my religious views, and that's for another show, Mr. Speaker. That's for another show, what my religious views are. I belong to the Church of Revolution, Mr. Speaker. I always say this to the member for Castries East when we debate religion. I say, you stay where you are, I'll stay where I am because I'm a member of a Church of Revolution. My church emerged from a revolution. That's where my faith lies. Now, Mr. Speaker, before I close, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to choose my words very carefully. I'm going to try to meander, Mr. Speaker. But as I meander, I'm hoping that what I'm saying comes with a certain degree of clarity. Mr. Speaker, there can be no doubt that in the last Yeah, Mr. Speaker. This government has gone out of its way to extend assistance to the people's solution. Absolutely no doubt. You can enumerate. They have maintained the policy which they introduced by a former Labour government, of paying parents $500 for students who admit secondary schools. Maintain that policy. They have restored the laptop program, again initiated by a former government, for which I am personally very grateful. In addition to this, Mr. Speaker, the government now pays CXC fees for those who do maths and English. And I know the member for Castries East knows my views that really the government solutions should be paying for all CXC fees, especially for the poor. In addition to all that, the government is paying facilities fees for students in schools, and I certainly applaud that because it was inconsistent with the philosophy of the government that education should be free. You can't tell me you abolish school fees in our school system and then you want to go and charge students facilities fees, even if it may reflect the fact that schools are undercapitalized or undernourished. So what they have done, all right. In addition to all those things, the government has made its adjustments on fuel to try to cushion fuel and propane gas to try and cushion the impact. So all of those things have been done, and now the government has also indicated that come November, December, it will be paying wisely or unwisely bell fashion workers and of course yard workers. I say wisely or unwisely because I believe the House will record my previous tongue-in-cheek comment about that, but neither here nor there right now. The fact of the matter is that these are all significant leakages from the public purse. Putting our people first and looking after their needs, which in these times is required. There's no question that we have to ease the pain of our people. That's right. And there's no question that we have to prepare them as the economy begins to rebound. No question about that. But no Minister of Finance, having done all those tremendous things, can ignore what the future holds. What the future is saying. And this is where now we have to begin to be realistic in our ambitions, in our goals. The fact of the matter is we are going to find ourselves sooner or later in a serious revenue crunch. Because if this economy cannot grow as fast as it should to generate the revenue, then we're going to continue to have challenges for public. And we need to explain that to our people. I hear the issues with provision of medical supplies, the investment. To be honest with you, I know the government did its utmost with school buildings. Made available $2 million. Obviously a government that is doing its best, its heart is in the right place. But the truth of the matter is that my school alone will take my school, if you thought senior comprehensive, will take $2 million. It's in a serious condition. I visited a school while it was undergoing some repairs and I was shocked. But that's what the circumstances allow the Minister of Finance to do. In other words, Mr. Speaker, I'm simply saying the time has come for us to begin to reconsider this debate and begin to at least allow people to reflect on the question, how do we finance the services that our people are demanding of us? Now they tell you I'm asking for higher taxation. I've never done such a thing. I've not done that. I am also saying that we have to put the cards on the table and say, how are we going to cope with the future to meet the health care costs of our people? How are we going to do it? Because you see, Mr. Speaker, we can't continue to be borrowing all the time to pay for salaries. I think it's fundamentally wrong with an economy when you have to borrow money to pay for salaries, whether we like it or not. In other words, I hope that those who weaponize the debate about taxation will begin to think about the broader issue of how do we save this country for the future by meeting our basic expenditures. I've said in this house that you can compare a household economy to a country's economy. If you can't cope with your household expenditures and meet your costs of household, you're in trouble. If you have to borrow to meet your household expenses, you're in trouble. If you have to starve to meet your household expenses, you're in trouble. And the reality applies to an economy as well. And taxation, Mr. Speaker, is not an easy thing to deal with. Who would have ever thought that in the United Kingdom, a Minister of Finance, the Minister of Finance stands up, Mr. Speaker, decides to lower the rate of taxation in the UK. Help me, Mr. Speaker, decides to cut taxes lower, and guess who rebelled in the UK? It's really the business owners, the very people who they thought they were helping rebelled. You know why, Mr. Speaker? They rebelled because they saw disaster. And you know why? Because it meant that the British government now had to borrow billions of pounds per year to meet the shortfalls in revenue that was supposed to benefit them. And they said, no, if we go that route with you, we're going to lose the value of our stocks. We're not going to be able to afford the mortgages, etc. We're going to be they're the ones who rebelled, It is true that the ordinary working class knew they were not getting any benefit from the Conservative government in the UK, but I think they decided that, look, leave that alone until we change the government come the next election. So it's unprecedented that you stand up in a parliament, you reduce your taxes, you provide all kinds of benefits, and the people whom supposed to benefit from it, they rebel against you. Because the Bank of England had to intervene to save the British pound, and I ain't too sure that they have completely saved the British pound. So yes, we do have to be careful with the issue of taxation, but we also have to be careful whether we are honest with each other, how we're going to finance the services that we are asking this government and all governments to provide. Because we were dealt a blow by what the former Minister of Finance did. And we have never recovered from that blow. So when they gloat over it, what are you gloating over? You are gloating because the people of St. Lucia got reduced services from the government. That's the reality of what you did. That's why the roads can't be repaired. That's why I walk in my roads and see the heights done. And they're talking. He talking, Mr. Speaker? Do you know, Mr. Speaker, in Vieux South for 5 years, they never blocked one hole. Not one hole, Mr. Speaker. Not one hole. What are you looking at the clock for, Mr. Speaker? Leave the clock alone. Not one hole, not one drain, Mr. Speaker. In 5 years was done in my constituency.
I tried, but...
And it's the same thing. Well, you tried. It is true, Mr. Speaker, that I contacted the former minister and I suggested to him how we could do it. I told him, listen to me, I don't mind if you give your party supporters contracts in Vieux South. I don't mind that. Once you get the thing done for me, once you repair the roads and the drains, that's all the people need, forget it. You don't have to employ labor. You remember I told you so?
You did.
And he said to me, not even that he can do, because the moment you do that, they report him. He can't do that. And you know what was worse, Mr. Speaker? They used to report him to the member for Castries Southeast. But that St. Jude Hospital issue, I hope, Mr. Speaker, that we do have this debate. I've said so before, and I welcome it. Now, Mr. Speaker, I made the point that we also have to look at the other side of the equation and how we're going to lift this country and how we're going to restructure, redesign this country, how we're going to restore the vibrancy that we knew, etc. And I've already made the point that this supply side economics, that's not going to work in this country. This has too much of a narrow resource base to do that. But you know, looking at the future, there are things that we can do without causing any harm to the people of this country and giving them the breathing space. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you know, Mr. Speaker. We had this oil refinery agreement, Mr. Speaker. You know, we entered into an oil refinery agreement to welcome Hess to our shores in 1977, Mr. Speaker. Do you know that? So it's now, how many years, Mr. Speaker? Is it, how many years, Mr. Speaker? 1977 to 2. Huh? 45, you said, Mr. Speaker? 45 years we've had this agreement, Mr. Speaker. And do you know, Mr. Speaker, under clause 2 of the undertakings by Hess, by the former owner, it says, there shall be paid to the government by Hess without any deduction whatsoever a throughput charge in respect of each barrel of crude oil, petroleum products, petrochemicals and chemicals delivered by vessels for storage or blending at the terminal and exported in like and or blended state, the sum of 2 cents United States currency for each such barrel. Such throughput charge to be computed and paid quarterly in each calendar year within 15 days after the last day of the quarter, namely the months of March, June, September, and December. Do you know? I'll review not the throughput charge. What? Yes, I know, man. Not the throughput charge. So it's been 2 cents US since 1970. Now, you will hear them. I want Buckeye out. I don't want Buckeye out. But Buckeye, of course, has been here. He's purchased from Hess, operating. You hardly hear anything from Buckeye. You hardly know they exist. They're below the radar. They're not causing any problems to anyone. I don't have no issues with Buckeye. I met them when the transition was being made. I met them. But you know, Mr. Speaker, it can't be right that after all these years, we are just exacting 2 cents throughput. When I'm talking about revenue generation, these are things that we need to begin to think about. And I believe that an honest conversation can be held with Buckeye and say, listen, the price of oil has shot up, the revenues have dramatically increased. How can we look at this for the benefit of this country? Can we talk about that? And let me reemphasize what I said. I welcome Buckeye as an investor. I've dealt with her. But this is insane. This cannot be. No, I can't, because I can't. Maybe later, because it will interfere with the rules of the House. And I know the member for Castries South will not tolerate this as government leader, because I'm sure. Now, Mr.
Member of the Vote South, you have 10 minutes left.
I have 10 minutes, Mr. Speaker? You mean? Okay, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't wish to be misunderstood in what I'm saying, but you know, we are entering into a period when we have to find the resources to be able to meet the expectations of our people without casting undue burdens on them. And we have to allow our creative imagination to emerge, Mr. Speaker. And these are things that we need to look at. I mean, it may have been justified in 1977 because those of us emerging from that generation could never ever forget the debate in this house over this oil refinery legislation. I was in this chamber and I watched the anger, I watched the thousands who were outside, those pressuring the then opposition to go along with the agreement with Hess. I would certainly tell you, Mr. Speaker, that Hess has been a good corporate citizen. As fate would have it, I was the minister or the minister designate of education when Hurricane Allen struck in 1980 it was? Yeah. And the rebuilding of the schools were entrusted to my ministry at the time. Every Hess school you see in this country except the one in Entrepot, except that one, every Hess school, I had a choice to play in the location of all of those schools and worked with the then Leslie Clark to get those schools built. So look, Hess Senior has been a generous benefactor and a good corporate citizen of this country. And he did keep his word that if you go on this agreement, I will attempt to look after the interests. And I remember, Mr. Speaker, when you see Hurricane Allen struck, the person who made sure St. Lucians were able to eat a meal was Hess. And you know why, Mr. Speaker? I had done my first resignation under the Labour government, but I was called by the then Prime Minister to go down to Beaufort and to manage the shipments on aircraft by Hess coming in at Iwanora International Airport. Now let me tell you something. You see that mind of mine, how sharp it is? Alzheimer has not set in, Mr. Speaker. I'm just telling him that so I remember with a clarity. Alzheimer hasn't set in because I remember very clearly those events and those circumstances, Mr. Speaker. And I was saying to the member for Denry South that there's hope for him if he is prepared to emulate my path, that Alzheimer will not take hold of him, and he can remember at the age I am when he gets there with such clarity. So I don't have a problem, Mr. Speaker. I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with Buckeye being an investor, but I believe that the people of St. Lucia deserve better. And they deserve far better than the sum of 2 cents US dollars per barrel of oil in these times. And these are the things I believe that can be carefully negotiated. So, Mr. Speaker, what have I said today for this debate? In summary, I am saying, Mr. Speaker, that it is very unfortunate that taxation has been weaponized in this country. And what has happened is that St. Lucia continues to have an archaic income tax regime. And the tragedy is that because of this fierce opposition to making adjustments, we continue to live with a regime of laws that other countries in the Caribbean have disowned and has dispensed with over the years. So we are paying a price for this, our unwillingness to face the realities that we need to face. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, I will be faithful to what I preached. I will not be a hypocrite to policies I enunciated. Although if other policies could be enunciated that are far better and superior to policies which I once enunciated, they will get my attention and support all circumstances warranted. So, Mr. Speaker, for me, I would prefer to have reduced the tax bands to 2 instead of 3, to simplify the tax regime, because philosophically the intention has always been that we nudge policies that encourage consumption to make up for the loss of revenue on the personal income tax side. That's Kenny answered. That has nothing to do with supply side economics, nothing to do with supply side economics. That has to do with the underlying philosophy of going on to a value-added tax. That's the second thing. I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, that the decision of the government to introduce these changes is a welcome decision because solutions do require an easing of the burden in these times. There's no question about it, although, Mr. Speaker, I've been in this House and I've said before that there are certain sectors I believe that more attention should be paid, but we shall wait and see, because I understand the Minister for Commerce to be talking about a loan portfolio window for small business. I'll be looking at that. I'm no fan of the Caribbean Development Bank, as you know, Mr. Speaker. I've vociferously criticized the bank before. I'm waiting to see what this new administration of the bank yields. I have great hopes in the governor, but if the bank comes with the same foolishness of $10 million with all kinds of conditions, then you know, Mr. Speaker, I will speak against it. I'm telling you so in advance. But let's see, because there are these sectors that desperately need help, because institutions like WASCO and, of course, the Select are now insisting that St. Lucians meet their bills. And to be honest with you, Mr. Speaker, I believe that there should be discussions with those entities regarding how they manage those bills down the road. Because people don't have the income and the means to do so.
Member of yourself, I too have to be honest with you. You have 5 minutes left.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So that's my point. The second point in summary that I make, Mr. Speaker, is this. That when we are assessing, the other point I'm making, Mr. Speaker, not second. When we are assessing the impact of DSH on the basis of the argument put forward by the member from Middle South, we must also consider the damage that was inflicted on the intended beneficiaries, not just on taxpayers. Because we talk about taxpayers, Mr. Speaker, but we forget about the hundreds whose livelihoods were destroyed because of the initiatives involved in DSH. And I wear a cap, Mr. Speaker, for cattle farmers. I cannot speak as much as I would like because, of course, of the fact that this is a subject of litigation, except to say that I am exceedingly disappointed in the behavior of Investor Lucia. That's for another time, Mr. Speaker. I am also saying, Mr. Speaker, this government has been particularly generous this last couple of months, and you have to look at the range of initiatives that benefit all money. But the time is also fast approaching when we have to engage in a paradigm shift to have a conversation about how St. Lucia is going to meet the inevitable cost of its existence and the services that it offers the people at large. We can postpone, but at some point that issue has to come. And I'm saying that you don't have to engage in any policy that is oppressive or any policy that hurts people's pockets, but there are things along the way you can consider. And I gave you one such example today, Mr. Speaker. The fact that you had this agreement regarding the oil terminal here, what you call the storage facilities, and we are still, and they are being asked to pay a negligible amount. The people of St. Lucia, for being such good hosts, deserve better than that. These are the things we can begin to look out without causing unnecessary rancor in the society. So, Mr. Speaker, for me, as much as I support the amendments before us today in the spirit that is intended, obviously I would say that we need also to consider the future and how we are going to construct a future together without unnecessarily weaponizing the issues that should matter to the people of this country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg that this House be suspended until 4 p.m.
Honourable members, the question is that this House stand suspended until 4 p.m. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Sitting suspended.
Well, the sitting has been suspended until 4 p.m. We opened this morning with statements by the member for Dennery North as Minister or Line Minister for Sustainable Development, and the other as a Minister for Education. As Minister responsible for Sustainable Development, the Honourable Sean Edwards lamented the indiscriminate dumping of all types of garbage along the highways and byways, and called for the immediate cessation of such practices, especially with our plastics. The Minister of Education expressed heartfelt thanks to all St. Lucians who participated in the Teacher Appreciation Initiative, which took place on the 5th and 7th of October. He was followed by the Minister for Health, who is the member for Vieux-Fort North, the Honourable Moses Jabatis, who spoke to breast cancer awareness, which has been observed during the months of October, or the month of October, saying that breast cancer was the most common cancer in St. Lucia. There was extensive debate on the income tax amendment, which was before the House for second reading, with contributions from members for Castries South East, Soufre Fonsejac, Babono, Castries South, Castries North. That's former Prime Minister Stephenson King, who followed the onslaught from the member for Castries South. And then this was the introduction of the member for Vieux-Fort South, Dr. Kenny Anthony, who was blistering in his response to the member for Vieux-Fort South, who also spoke on that amendment. The former Prime Minister was not taking any, he was not today taking any survivors, as they say. There comes a time when you have to decide which bridge to cross and which bridge to burn. Former Prime Minister and member for Micoud South, Alan Chasney, suffice it to say, burnt the wrong bridge today. For Prime Minister or former Prime Minister Kenny Anthony, I should have said, took no prisoners.
Eh bien, nous avons venu au bout en première session, ça c'est session Rodia en Kaikonsit là. Nous avons Winston Do, il y a un chai bagay qui passe aujourd'hui, mais nous avons deux petits inclus, nous avons fini. Ça c'est les pour un petit pause pour déjeuner, et nous avons dévié à 4 heures aujourd'hui. Alors, West Epinou, nous avons demandé West Epinou pour nous dévier à la station télévision MTN. Pour plus de questions à ce qui s'est passé ici en Kaikonsit aujourd'hui.